Alright, let's play some Dwarf, shall we? I'm gonna disappear for a second, and then we'll get started. Quick, streamer's gone, post memes! Okay, so now that I'm back. Alright, Twitch chat. As a reminder, we're streaming on 2 platforms. This also goes for you, YouTube chat. Don't forget. The streaming platforms that we're playing on is Twitch and YouTube. Over on Twitch, I respond to stuff quicker because it's the chat that I read the most. It's the one that I have the easiest time to read, and it's also the one that I generally respond to quicker. If you would like faster responses, YouTube chat, I would type in the Twitch chat. Twitch chat, if you want to help out the YouTube chat at no cost to you, please pop over to the YouTube chat and leave a like in it. Because that's what makes YouTube tell other people to watch the stream. And the fort that we're playing is kind of wild. So let's dive in. You still remember when you had to carry 30 liters of beer up into the mountains? That's a lot of beer. That's too much beer. A scam bot? On what platform, if I can ask? That's like too many liters worth. But maybe of your 15 liter mugs, yeah. So this fortress has a very specific theme. Okay? This is an adventurer who also happens to be pissed off and stressed. I didn't do it! So maybe this fort will end up being very short. So hopefully they join the fort properly this stream so that I can actually fix them. This adventurer, if this adventurer dies, the fort ends. That's the theme, okay? Now, first off, it's a terrifying biome, and all of this brown stuff is nauseating filth, which gives dwarves a very short temporary fever. Which... I see some rye. I should go harvest that. Which isn't that bad, but it's also not great. I don't want 30 liters of beer because that would go flat before I could drink all of it. I would take 1.5 liters to 2 liters. That'd be cool. So, yeah, that's the first part of this fort that's fun. The second part of this fort that's fun is, look... Phone, please stay where I put you and don't fall off again. Thanks. That would be cool. Actually, I'm just going to plug my phone in. All right. How far did you have to carry it, Laya? All right, so the other fun part about this fort is look at the age. It's in the year 1061. Now, this is the second fortress I've done in this world. And in this fortress, I brought a bunch of items from my previous fortress to this fortress, including a bunch of magical items that are technically supposed to only be found in adventure mode, and also the 3 adventurers. That adventurer that I showed you, as well as 2 bear people. Now, one of the cool things that happens when worlds are super old is you get a lot of abandoned sites. Down here, specifically, these are all tons of destroyed elven sites that are now populated by humans. Just as an example of this kind of cool thing. There's also all of these towns down here that are also abandoned. Whoops, I right-clicked. And then there's also these very well-established necromancer towers everywhere. But there's also all of these monasteries. Now, all of these monasteries had a population at one point or another. That one is populated by kobolds, as an example. There's also tons of these dwarven fortresses as well that are once populated and have like stuff that can be claimed and stuff that can be acquired. Lots of artifacts and books. So I was going out collecting books because one of the goals of this fort is to go to a war with as many people as possible. And something wild happened. You may notice there's a bunch of moons in my population. Well, what started happening is I have been freeing prisoners from those monasteries that have no population. So when you send out a squad to go explore a site or invade something, one of the options that you can tick on or off is free captives of your civilization or free captives of other civilizations. If you have a dwarf that got kidnapped that you know is there, you can try and free that dwarf. However, these aren't listed as being there, but they're there. And so I'm now systematically going through as many of these places as possible, exploring them and trying to free these prisoners. So we now have multiples of these necromancer experiments, and some of them have brought their families. So this necromancer experiment is a feathered humanoid. We've also got these guys who are... We got several of these ones, actually. These Macrogotholos demon. These are large, scaly humanoids, which means they're probably human-sized, maybe bigger. We've got these guys as well. This guy. And then if I jump over to you, let's see if I can find the one that has the family, because there's a big family of them somewhere. Yeah, this one. So we've got 1, 2, 3. So this one is 10. And we've also got this one who is also 10. But yeah, they're a married couple. Do they have funky powers? I don't think so. I haven't seen them do anything that I would describe as a funky power. At least so far. But this has gone from being we're just going to go to war with everybody to, oh, we're rescuing slaves. Like, here's another one, a different variety, a small, scaly humanoid, which was created by an elven necromancer. And this one seems to wear dwarven-sized clothing, from what I can tell. And they're doing tasks in the fort, but they're not permanent residents yet. So they'll have to be here for a year or two to become permanent residents. What do the health descriptions say? Say one? No, none of the health descriptions say that they have special powers, so... Like, none of them expel gases or anything. So that's what's going on in this fort. If I go down to the cavern layer, the cavern is also really weird. The cavern is completely sectioned off into multiple large sections. So, like, this is connected to here. But from what I can tell, outside of, like, being connected to this side, isn't connected anywhere else. Like, I'm just gonna probably drain this or like build over top of it and let them walk across it. Because this is the only way in and out of the cavern portion that I have, and I made this a way in and out of the cavern. So this is a weird ass cavern. It was very hard to get the dwarves to be able to even leave the map because apparently they can't path over top of the sickness-inducing goo that's it's raining. So I had to send them out through the caverns, but I couldn't send them out through the caverns because of the way the caverns are set up and structured, which is also really weird. So yeah, everything about this fort is weird, but it is pretty cool. Emperor Iron, what kind of dwarf would you like? We have militia squads. In fact, I could give you the militia leader who is currently one of the starting 7. The starting 7 I've dubbed as heralds. So if you'd like this dwarf, you could have him. I don't know, but you could also have one of the non-heralds. There's a lot of options. I mean, sure, what do you want for an experiment? You can have whatever you want. Just tell me what you want, man. You normally want a bearded military dwarf. What would you like, my friend? None of the experiments are in the military because this fort is less than 2 years old. But everybody's going to join the military. That's the rule of the fort. Just tell me what you want. Male? Female? You'd like the father of the family. Okay. This duder. Iron. Oat plot. Is assertive to the point of aggression, unwilling to let others get a word in edgewise. You sound like a bad dad when he has something to say. He's as avaricious as they come, obsessed with acquiring wealth, and he likes to make his own decisions without a great... he's unable to make his own decisions without a great deal of input from others. Oh, another thing about this fort. The only time you will get a bedroom is if, asterisk, you have killed 5 notable things and have a proper title, or are a noble, or what we deem to be a noble. He dreams of seeing the great... No, I didn't finish reading this. He has a calm demeanor. He doesn't tend to hold on to grievances. He tends to form only tenuous emotional bonds with others and doesn't try to get things done perfectly. He tends to think before acting, often acts with compassion. He doesn't often experience strong cravings or urges, and he's quite comfortable with others that have a different appearance or culture. He does not have a great aesthetic sensitivity, though he's conflicted by this for more than one reason. And he dreams of seeing the great natural places of the world. He personally does not care about fairness and doesn't have strong views on competition. He likes kimberlite and electrum and star sapphire, blue jay bone, bolts and quivers and amulets and catapult parts for their yaks and yaks for their shaggy hair, and the words of the beige lace and the sound of the glittery albatross and river spirits, and absolutely hates hamsters. Well, here's the thing. You will get bedrooms, but you're just stuck to the dormitory. Can the feathered experiments fly? Technically, but experiments that, or rather, any creature that can fly that's part of your faction probably isn't going to fly. I mean, we do have, like, the ones with wings wherever they are, like this guy, but they mostly are just really good at jumping, and if they get thrown off an edge, they'll fly, but they don't generally fly normally, if that makes sense. Basically, if they fall, they don't take fall damage. I'm going to go quickly use the washroom, because apparently there's an ad break running.
Let's take a lovely fruit, the tomato, remove everything that's good from it, the seeds, the vitamins, the nutrients, everything that's good about it, and just jam it full of shit garbage shit sugar, and put it in a shit bottle that sounds like shit when you put it on your shit. It's shit! Stop eating ketchup!
Flobberdobberdoggadoggies? Nuclear.
Over here, he has a sword!
All right. I also have a tissue, so I can actually blow my nose now. Did this beer discussion that you had earlier make you want to go buy beer? And if you missed that, P. Alex, it basically gives them less fall damage because they're not going to fly by default because dwarves work kind of on a 2D plane when they're walking within Z levels, and they don't try and path vertically, and because they're part of my faction, they gain that pathing behavior. So tame flying animals and creatures that can fly don't generally fly unless they're thrown off a ledge, basically. They'll use it as like an alternative to climbing. Because they use like dwarven flying. Or dwarven pathing rather, even though they're a flying creature. When they join your faction. I had a necromancer experiment outpost liaison once. Who would just fly to the highest point of the map and then just sit there without moving. That was all they'd ever did. And honestly, that is still one of the coolest outpost liaisons I ever had. Where are you going? Why are you coming back into the fort? Rather than leaving, sir. So this is my miners squad. They should all have mining as tasks and are all using picks. This squad right here, I'm also gonna need, I guess I'm gonna need a woodcutter squad. Let's just update you with whatever's available. I think I'm gonna send out one of my other squads to go explore more abandoned sites. Like, we're going to start down here. Nourished wood. Sure. The Ores of Alchemy, you can go there. And the Tomb of Hazy World, Copper Depths, you can go there. Although, how many people does the Copper Depths actually have? Only these? Well, there's 2 more I can throw in there, so we'll throw 2 more in there. We're just exploring abandoned sites right now, so we're not even attacking things. We're literally just exploring abandoned sites. Although, have I run into more issues where you can't leave the map now? Tis possible. I have to keep an eye on them. Let's also go over to here and dig all the way around here. And all the way over to here. Well, actually, maybe over to about here. How old is this world? The age is right here. It's 1061. Also, exclamation point goal, I think, says the year that this fort started. Are you in the correct squad? Yes, you are. The Mine Rock. There are no experiments in the military because none of them are permanent members of the fortress. They're only here having seeked asylum and cannot join the military until they are permanent members of the fortress, which takes 2 years, and this fortress isn't 2 years old. So, 0. Zero is the current team. And Peregrine, hello. You're about to start a new fort here after finishing up your, Where are you going? Oh, I see. You're skipping this one to go up here. Fair. You're finishing up your volcano tower. Any recommendations for a feature you should build? I don't know if I'm a good person to ask. I think you should build what you think is interesting. I mean... Yeah, I don't know how good of a person I am to ask, like, genuinely. Purely because, like... I think that's a very specific personal thing. Like, what kind of thing would you like to make? What kind of thing do you feel is interesting? Okay, let's just cancel this mission. I'm not sure why. Why they couldn't leave for that one. So let's go at an angle where I know they can go. This is an old tower. Don't really want to accidentally become a necromancer fort yet. Maybe that'll happen, but... Okay, so I would like to make bedrooms for the starting 7. And also a bedroom for my mayor. This is the very unacceptable, terrible mayor's office right now. I think in the middle of it right here, I'm going to make a mayor's bedroom. And I can expand upon this a little bit. So let's expand this. And expand this. But you sidetrack and can't let go. I also tend to get oddly, like, overly, I guess overly dedicated is maybe a bad word to use. I tend to get overly attached to my bedroom, to my fortresses as well. Which I don't think is a bad thing. I think it just means the game's working, is what I would say. Good morning, Proxy. I mean, yeah, you could absolutely use a screw pump. I would use more than one to drain it quicker. And if you put it close to where the screw pump enters the fort, it'll drain even quicker. Vomit Rain sounds like a parody of Chocolate Rain. To me, Vomit Rain just seems like an unironic death metal album, but, you know. We all have our own visions, I guess, of different things. Okay, so these ones are actually leaving now. Cool. Is bedroom circular, no corner for spiders? Does that actually change things? What? I mean, nothing's perfectly circular in Dwarf Fortress because of its blocky nature, but... Oh. I was like, why are they not digging? Water. Water is the reason. With a 16 Z level sheer cliff, those ones are always so cool. Like, truly. Like, I love maps like that. Maps with a lot of verticality are a lot of fun. I'm also, I think, just going to, real quick, jump down into here. Just do this. And then also go down to here. And just plop a bunch of looms into here. Clothing and whatnot. Because I'm realizing something about this fort. Clothing is going to be a pain in the ass. Okay, so one of my first squads who left has returned to the Copper Depths. I'm concerned they didn't even actually leave. Oh, no, they did. Okay, cool. Let's see. Has the Copper Depths brought anything fun back? Your recent oh, hold on. Let's pause this. In your recent session, you've been working on the goal of building a new church for this god of festivals in this lair, and you moved into adventure mode, but mostly been gathering resources and trading and gifting them away. Yeah. Was there a particular thing you wanted to do in adventure mode? Any new records recently? I bought a copy of the Purple album by Baroness, and I bought 3 cassettes that I'm not actually sure what they're called because they're DJ mixes, and they were very cheap. I also picked up, an album that I kickstarted a while ago, which is a live album that Sergeant Thunderhoof did, arrived recently. That's about it. I really should update my Discogs. Oh yeah, also a handful of CDs, mostly local stuff that were cheap. The Forces of the Abyssal Torch searched Hazy World. Time spent with the author. Books. Okay. Humor style for students was looted. Okay, so no refugees there, just books. When you say immigration, are you referring to the DF hack script that allows them to migrate there and back? Or are you talking about something else? Okay, so are dwarves unable to get down here? I'm a little worried they're stuck. I think this guy might be stuck. I also should go into here and go to labor and go stone use. Where's limestone? There it is. Let's not allow them to make blocks out of it. There's also that going up. I don't know what you're doing. But you seem stuck, Bigu. Okay, there you go. Now you're moving. You're just testing some DF hack scripts called 2 Fort and Adventure Fort while having the side goal of being a prophet, profession, boogeyman, adventurer. Gotcha. The uncommon paddles have also returned, which is my better squad, or my more experienced squad. Also, as a reminder to the folks watching on YouTube, don't forget to leave a like, because there's 75 of you, or sorry, 65, nope, 70 of you watching. I don't know what's true anymore. And only 28 likes, which means more than half of you watching have not liked the stream yet. Help a streamer out, like the stream. The forces of the Abyssal Torch have searched Birth Glen. In the early summer of 1061, the mysteries of the monastery was stolen. Or looted. I'm also starting up a goal for the YouTube stream. Don't worry about it too much. It's mostly for the algo. But it is there if you want to make number go up. Yeah, I don't know what 2 Fort is. I do know what Adventure Fort is. Adventure Fort lets you do a lot of Fortress mode stuff in Adventure mode without having to manually mod the game. Oh, we got another one. This one's named Urist. We freed the Meko Glalsroth demon Urist ticked roofs from Birth Glen. This one's a legendary metal crafter. This one was also a former prisoner. This one's named Urist. They're necromancer experiments, but they're not demons. I said this a bunch yesterday. I wish these guys didn't use the word demon in their name, because I'm going to have to explain to people about 24 times per minute that no, they are not in fact demons. They are necromancer experiments that just happen to have the word demon in their name. And now I feel like I'm doing it. Not all demons are thing. Let's go for Tribe Yarn. And now Urist Ticked Roofs wants to join. So I can offer them Sanctuary, which gives them temporary residence here. And then they can do most tasks, but they can't be appointed to noble positions or join the military until they've been here for 2 years. So that's what a lot of these characters are right now. Same with my adventurers. The adventurers are going to be the first ones to join, though. And either I need to move that into a different room. Just move that into a different room. Yeah, I'm gonna move that to a different room. Oopsies. Should turn this back on. Let's connect you to here. We'll leave that to Pope Kevin. No, certainly. I agree with that. We'll have to leave it up to Pope Kevin. Okay, you do in fact have a pick equipped. Let's just go here and assign every dwarf with a pickaxe actively in their hand to this squad. Although, Rigoth, there you are. 1. Okay, let's just type this in. Gim. Emily. Missed him. Zuglar. Doran. Lycod. Romanoid Troll. Oh. Romanoid, you also migrated here, apparently. Turns out. Dishmab. Is also in there. And the other Dishmab as well, who is not. And now is. One of the pet bears. Which one would you like? Currently, Sir Reginald's Fluffington, I think the third. An enemy have been named, so there's the bear cub or the Keth. I will say there's been some allegiance issues with the bears, and they keep getting killed by my traders. But yes, you can. Version 47 having the introduction of experiments. The first siege I got attacked by experiments with was almost entirely mistakes, and they were just blobs with a singular tentacle and one eyeball that did nothing, and we completely obliterated all of them immediately. You want the bear calf? Okay. Clockwork Bear Club. Bear Club. The Clockwork Bear Cub. I also wrote Clock Rock. The Clockwork Bear Cub is 1 year old, and she only rarely feels strong cravings or urges and tries to keep her things orderly. She likes a little excitement now and then and is pleased by her own appearance and talents. She's brave in the face of imminent danger and generally acts with it impatiently, and she is rarely moved to mercy, and she tends to form only tenuous emotional bonds with others. She finds helping others, of course, to be emotionally rewarding, and she is quick to anger. She rarely feels discouraged, and she can easily fall in love and develop positive feelings. And doesn't focus on material goods. She is a huge brown creature found in the temperate woodland and is known for ferocious attack, usually when it or its young are threatened. Welcome to the fort. Well, currently it's a Clockwork Bear Cub. You will obtain your name momentarily. There it goes. You will absolutely get war training when you become an adult. Oh, also, we made this artifact, which I think is really cool. This is a reindeer short sword. All craftstore ship is of the highest quality. It is the first artifact in this fortress. It is decorated with tower cap, and on the item is an image of dwarves in reindeer bone. The dwarves are laboring, and the artwork relates to the foundation of Filthhammer, which of course is the name of this fortress, by the abyssal torch of the Hammers of Dance in the early spring of 1059. I think another squad just returned. Let me double check. Yes. So the squad that I sent out to Tribe Yarn has just returned. They searched Tribe Yarn. We stole some books. Chad, I have a question. What's a feature that Dwarf Fortress has in its vanilla game that genuinely startled you or surprised you when you first saw it? Because honestly, the first time I successfully rescued a prisoner, it was a while ago, genuinely shocked me. Okay, so nothing there. That's notable. And then these guys are also going out to Tribe Yarn, I think. Yes. We're gonna go steal the rest of the books from there. Beach Peace! Let's go there next. We'll send these 3 squads out there. Actually, maybe not the fenced catches, because that dwarf is led by a dwarf who can't walk. But we'll send the rest of them out. Okay. In YouTube chat, Jaden Sweet says, do you think Dwarf Fortress will ever add better experiments? Or expeditions, not experiments. Feel like something that RimWorld does really well that DF could use and would love to be able to raid and explore elven towns. Well, counterpoint is adventure mode exists. But simply put, that's a thing that's been on the roadmap that they've wanted to work on for a long time. And Tarn talks about it pretty frequently as something that, one, he wants to work on, and two, could absolutely be better. And I think most people agree. So short answer is yes. Long answer is also yes. But when? That's a good question. You know, I was genuinely shocked the first time I saw a werewolf because I played Dwarf Fortress for, I don't know, the better part of half a decade, maybe longer, and saw dozens and dozens and dozens of were-creatures and never once saw a werewolf. And then the first time I saw a werewolf, my mind was blown quite a bit. That was genuinely shocking to me. Frozen oceans consuming the adventure when you walk past the ice walls that juts up for... Wait, like when you walk, like walking off the edge of the world? I didn't know that it consumes the dwarves. What? Still shocks you when you get inaccessible errors for parts of the map that are still covered and cannot bring stockpile, and shows both the spot in the dwarf when canceling as well as the black spot in the caverns. They've fixed a bunch of those in the last patch, though, so I really wonder how often that'll still happen. But yeah, the tiles that unexist themselves kind of suck. I also think that this is more just kind of a... like, more of a... what even is video games, man? Or what even is Dwarf Fortress, man? Kind of thing. But I don't think Dwarf Fortress has necessarily benefited from trying to do things the way RimWorld does it. And I realize that that might end up being kind of a thing that catches some people out a little bit. But I think that RimWorld does a lot of things that are really cool, and I think that Dwarf Fortress does a lot of things that are very unconventional and weird. And I think that the things that Dwarf Fortress does that are unconventional and weird are, at least to me, part of what makes Dwarf Fortress interesting and special. I don't think that it's a bad thing to want some of the more quality of life or modding features that RimWorld has, but I think that Dwarf Fortress doing things exactly the same way RimWorld doesn't, or trying to mimic the way RimWorld does things, improves the game much. At least not in the way it would improve other games in the genre, if that makes any sense. But that's just a me take, so you can take that or leave it with whatever grains of salt you see fit. Okay, let's also make rock coffer and rock cabinet. Just any material. I'm not going to be picky. And I will say when empty rock cabinets is less than 5, just make 10. We'll make 20, actually. And we'll do the same thing for coffers. Like, as an example, like that specific question was like improving rating, right? Like the way RimWorld does rating is it gives you a very prefabby location that you can go to, and then it lets you control the squad and run around and kill the thing, which is kind of fun to a point and kind of neat. I don't think Dwarf Fortress should ever do raids even remotely similar to that. Because I think there are some people that just are never going to like the turn-based nature of how Dwarf Fortress is built. And one that would, at least in this world, be like a total of 3 minutes of load screens to actually do that. Maybe more even, each way. So load in and then loading out, because you'd have to unload the whole world, reload the whole world, unload the whole world, and then reload the whole world. So I think that would really suck if they were to do it the way the game currently works. So it needs some pretty big code rewrites, which admittedly I think they're working towards. I wouldn't mind more detailed readouts on what actually happened in the fights. I would like that, actually. I would also really like maybe the ability to watch parts of the fights in real time, but not actually control them. I think that Dwarf Fortress, in a lot of ways, is a game about... Ooh, this is going to sound weird if you take it out of context or think about it weird. But Dwarf Fortress is kind of a game about relinquishing control in a lot of ways and just letting the game do its thing. And I think giving the player too much control ruins some of what makes it special, for me at least. I remember the first time they started doing that when they made the trees big, because trees used to just be a single tile, Mark Garden in YouTube chat. And I was very disturbed at the fact that there was red stuff all over the ground in the ASCII version because I thought there was blood on the floor. It was just like leaves that had turned red because fall. While we're in an ad break here, I'm just going to set up another minecart route real quick. And we're going to call this Rocks. And then I think I need to make another minecart. Yes. Let's make 2. Oh, I literally only have 2 wood logs, so I guess I should go make some more logs real quick. Or go cut some more trees. This is episode 2 of this fortress, but the first one was about 50% setup time, and so we got about 4 hours into it. We started this fortress at the very end of 1059, and we're now kind of halfway through 1051, so it hasn't been running for very long. I usually keep the new fort in the title for the first 3 streams of a fort. And being completely frank, it is clickbait. It makes people watch more. So... the setup for this fort was prepping a few things in the old fort, which is over here. Then finding a location and embarking, retiring it, making an adventurer party, starting the adventurer party here in this fort, and then walking the adventurer party over to the new fort, which is over here, and then retiring them in the new fort. That was the setup time. And some migrants have arrived. Speaking of... got a planter, and a leather worker, and a metal crafter. What else do we have? You also want martial training. Oh, hey, this was also one of my dwarves that came from the previous fort. This and Glibjo Mama 2 is arriving, apparently. Who was one of the last dwarves named in the last fort, which is this one. Look at that. Welcome back, dwarf. Deadlock. You don't mean Battlestar Galactica Deadlock, do you? I don't know why I know that there's a Battlestar Galactica game called Battlestar Galactica Deadlock, but I do. You also brought a pet puppy. It is 11:07 in local time. Yes, this is correct. But I didn't say it's year 11:07. I said it's 11:07. It's 11:07 in the morning. It's currently year 1061. There's a distinction there. Also, this is my library so far, which already has 82 books in it. It had more, but I'm not sure where they went. What the heck? Also going to go up to here, and I'm going to get rid of this. And I'm going to get rid of this. Which is probably also actually going to cancel a bunch of these jobs, but that's okay. A game from the 90s. Okay, nope, even deeper cut than I thought. After initially reading that. Okay, so my multiple squad exploration mission went. Reports. So Beach Peace is where we went. Beach Peace. Welcome back, Laya. Heads ever onward. We are searching abandoned sites in this city of abandoned temples, basically, and freeing prisoners is largely what we are doing. These are mostly just books. Yeah, that too, Rum Rusher. Okay, so no prisoners in this one, at least not that I found. Is there more stuff in Beach Peace? Let's clear this one. This down here is going to be a bedroom, and it's going to be the second bedroom of the fort, and it's going to be given to my mayor. My mayor is also going to take one of these. Let's also say weapon. Let's say rock weapon rack. And rock armor stand. Let's just make 60 of each of these. Just not worry about them anymore. There's currently a lot of wood getting moved to stockpiles. See, I'm just that's a feature that's lost on me, Turts McGurts. I never used it in RimWorld, and I probably wouldn't use it if there was like a copy pasting blueprints. This is just me. I'm weird. I actively despise blueprinting tools because it ruins my ability to be as creative. And I accept and acknowledge that that is an unpopular take that most people disagree with, but man, those tools genuinely make me less creative. Well, I mean, it does. Like Dwarf Fortress has this. All it needs is a copy button and a paste for this. Like, that's all it needs. I don't like it, man. I I'm very okay with it not existing in this game, but I acknowledge and realize that it's a feature that most people want. To me, like, the only thing that RimWorld really has, which is also its biggest disadvantage, is that it's written in Unity, and modding it is as easy as, like, blowing your nose, and then a mod comes out. Like, modding that game is so fucking brain-dead simple that, like, any moron with 10 seconds of coding experience can do it. The Hill Titan, Nifeth. That's interesting. Theptran has come. A gigantic feathered mite. It has a broad shell. I hope my squad's around. It has a broad shell, and it moves about carelessly. Its eggplant feathers are long and sparse. Beware its poison bite. Okay, so you're all off map. You're all actively leaving. So I've got these two squads. Where is it? Oh. You know, pet peeve of mine. I have a pretty severe OCD, and I'm quite ADHD, and I'm on pills for it, admittedly. Don't use your ADHD excuse as a thing, as a crutch to demand features. Like, even if something does help, figure out ways to use that to your advantage, instead of saying that, oh, it helps this, that. It's a superpower, use it. You'll be better off. I'm not sure how to answer that question, some modders. What I'll say is this. Go back 3 years' time in my VODs and watch me talk, and then watch me now. How many hours do you have on Dwarf Fortress? This was a game that I played for almost a decade before it released on Steam, so God knows. Because I certainly don't. I may have to send the miners after this. Run, Dwarf. Oh, that's my broker. Run, Dwarf! Run, faster! Oh, no, no. You may be the first death here, Dwarf. Yep. Sounds like your doctor's making shit up. But I've never heard of other types, if that makes any sense. I'm just gonna lock this and see if I can get to go through one of the... Oh, sweet, the better squad's back. Where are you guys coming back from? Raided that location and found nothing. Well, that's interesting. Large gems can be crafted into gem jewelry, although I can never remember how to actually do it. The Hammerdorf kicks the Titan in the third foot, crushing the muscle. Let's see how Dig-El the Herald does. I really wish that puddle wasn't there. Did it? Oh, no. and before all of my dwarves drown in this puddle. Creature pops back out. This dwarf is crawling away as quickly as it can. Okay, let's just tell them to kill this thing. Okay, actually, you go back underground. You go fight this. Well, it's not something I've ever heard of before. So as far as I'm concerned, it ain't real, but that doesn't mean anything. Don't know why you're walking away there, dwarf. Scratches it, fracturing the chitin. Chitin? Titan? Yeah, it is chitin, isn't it? Titan, the Titan chitin. Kicks the hill titan in the 4th foot, tearing the muscle. Those are just bombing it now. Seems to be going all right. Punches it, stabs it. There we go. In the right foot with a steel short sword. And the creature falls. Chitin. Chitin. Bitin me in the lichen. Well, we lost a dwarf, which is unfortunate. But it is what it is. Oops, got to disable that. There's gonna be more where those came from. Glenn Shaper, thanks for the 20 bucks. You too. Have a great Friday, mate. Hey, chats, both of you, plural. Can I get a round of beers for the $20 super chat? I haven't seen a Titan in a minute. So that's gonna be hard. I don't have a single farmer in the fort. Everybody's in the military. I don't know what fucking job people do. Do you want a dwarf with a beard or a dwarf without a beard? That's the only distinction I'm going to give you here. Or would you like a not dwarf? Beard, okay. You get the mayor. Actually, no, I don't want to give you that much credit. Grovel and beg, and you get the mayor. Cthulhu dancing needs decent quarters. I'm working on it. Shut up. His tendency towards privacy and seeks out exciting and adventurous situations. Often finds himself to be changing his mind to agree with somebody else and has an active sense of humor. He is quite polite and he has a sense of duty. He enjoys the company of others and is quite comfortable with others that have a different appearance or culture. And he often feels lustful. He doesn't mind wearing something special now and again. And likes to brawl. He is pleased by his own appearance and talents. And occasionally overindulges. I lost my spot. He is not particularly ambitious, and he has a calm demeanor, and he doesn't tend to hold on to grievances. He exhales sharply when he's angry, and drums his fingers when he's thinking. Everyone goes outside. They're all members of the military. Well, currently the mayor isn't a member of the military, but that's because if he was, it would break certain things, so... Although I'm going to be adding him to a squad pretty soon here because we're getting through the requisite requirements for that. He sees life as unfair and doesn't mind it that way, finds independence and freedom somewhat foolish, and finds introspection to be a waste of time, and dreams of raising a family. He likes aluminum as well as rubicel, and amulets and coins and pigs for their snorts, rithras for their enormous tails, and the sound of the flutes of pantomiming, and when possible prefers to consume moghopper and quinoa beer and cashew apples, and hates hamsters. He's on friendly terms with Geshid, and your wife is Atir, and you're a former member of my former fortress. Down here, I can expand this with more shale. And down here, this is slowly getting worked on. I think I'm just going to leave the dwarves inside for a wee bit. We're going to need to get this dwarf tombified. Putave. I think I'm also just going to jump down here and make this location 2 so it's easier to find. Yeah, there's some aesthetic mods that give them more distinct visual flair in regards to walls. The floors look different, though. So much charcoal is needed. I'm gonna probably have to start importing. Oh, that's interesting. I always love it when dwarves join a fortress from a previous fortress, still in the previous fortress's squad. And they're still listed as in that fortress's squad. But thankfully, I can add you to this squad. And you can go get new gear. Like... So, you know what's even more interesting? These demons that I have in my fortress, I didn't even, like, clock this. These demons that I have in my fortresses, or these necromancer experiments that are called demons, are the ones that were attacking me when I was at war with a necromancer tower in the previous fort. That's actually kind of awesome. Just like lore building wise. Wait, the old dwarves or the new ones feeling homesick? The other squad is returning. How'd they do? Was a parent who had a kid go berserk from a failed artifact. The kid got caught in a cage trap, and when they immigrated to the new fort, the kid was still bonkers and ripped the new mayor apart. Oh, no. I thought you were going to say they showed up in the cage trap, which would be really funny. Beach Peace for Students. That's a good name for a book. Must have been looted from the Lush Shrine. So more books, no more prisoners, which is a shame. I think I'm gonna send this squad specifically to go search that location. Let's jump back up here. Did I say coffer or coffin? I did say coffin. Let's just say coffin. Just make me one right now, please. Let's also go over to here. Oh, you're trying to attend a meeting. That's potentially a good sign. I've also got some livestock that needs eating. Looks like, yep, a goat. If I jump back up here and take a peek at this, we've got an eye, an iguana, and a cave crocodile on the map. Let's also get this squad training. Try and build up this squad's skill a little bit. Do I normally have most dwarves in the military? So I don't normally do anything. Every fort I do has a theme. Part of this is to keep the game interesting. Part of this is to trick people into watching my stream. I don't normally do the same thing twice, generally. The only thing I consistently do in fortresses is I usually build beds, and I usually have alcohol around. It's very strange for me to not have alcohol, and if I don't, please tell me, because I've forgotten and I haven't remembered to look in a while. So the actual answer is I don't do anything most of the time. I do everything different most of the time. And if you see me doing the same thing twice, I'm like probably retrying a thing that I tried earlier that didn't work out the first time. Like the last fortress, we had no alerts. This fortress, we do have alerts. The last fortress, we built on a ocean and drain an ocean. I think variety is a spice of life when it comes to fortress design and themes and ways of building. And I don't like to do the same thing twice. So. Built wall is just naturally more valuable than a non-built wall. And an engraved built wall has a higher value ceiling than a engraved natural wall. Mayor isn't quite happy with everything yet, but we're working on it. All right, I will be right back. I'm just gonna go like properly blow my nose. If I were to say, what do I usually do with the military? I usually have maybe 2-3 squads, and I specifically select dwarves that have like the perfect mental attitude and ability to handle training constantly and being in the military. And that's not the most common series of traits for dwarves. So it's very much when I build what I would describe as like a normal dwarven military, it's not, I'm usually extremely picky if I were to say what I usually do. Unless like it's a, fuck it, we're all gonna die anyway, so might as well die quickly and fast. I don't generally do that. But this fort is kind of unique in that way. I'm filling up all of the squads and everybody's joining the military in some way, shape, or form. Because that's the theme of this fort. Sometimes I fear that answer to questions is frustrating for people, but hopefully people understand it. How many beds am I making? I feel like I don't need this many. Oh yeah, I certainly don't need that many. It's plenty. Let's go, stoneworker. And then let's go here. Let's grab, oh. Please just make me a goddamn minecart game. You're new to this game, so you enjoy having a normal way that you play games? You need to remember Dwarf Fortress is a sandbox, and not only is it a sandbox, it's a sandbox that doesn't have a tech tree. There is no right way to start Dwarf Fort. It's also a game that really doesn't care about balance, I guess in the traditional sense. So it's a game that doesn't care about balance in the way a lot of games care about balance. And it's also a game that doesn't really have a right way or wrong way to play in either direction. So because of that kind of way of it, because of that way that this game has taken for its design, it's kind of weird in that it's most games have an order they want you to play. Like, I've done forts where I've never even farmed and been fine. You know, like, a lot of the things that you do from run to run in Dwarf Fortress are completely optional. And of course, people will have their preferred ways to play and ways that they think are optimal, which often people will then go and recommend. But, like, dwarves are pretty resilient and can take a lot of beating. Most of them can, anyway. So, we're now in an ad break, so I will pause the game until the ads are done. Let's see if there's anything I can queue up, though. I think I'm going to do some farming down here. Also because I know where this is now. Over there. Where does this pop up? Goes up through there. Pops up through there. Okay, we'll do that. We'll move this carpenter's workshop down to here. Although, I'm not going to move it right now because I want you to make me that minecart. Although you already made me that minecart, which is even better. So I can just go here, and I can go here, and I can go here. What about mental beatings? Allow me to repeat myself. Dwarves are generally pretty resilient, right? Like, you know, I've been mean to these dwarves in this fort so far. I'm not being nice to them. I'm not being picky. They don't really have too many niceties. I'm not being particularly generous when it comes to bedrooms. They don't have what I would describe as, like, the things that they need to stay happy. And still, for the most part, we're more than 50% happy. Or at least, like, not problematically stressed. There are a few problematically stressed dwarves in this fort, but they're pretty minimal. So, I don't know. I think people worry too much about build orders, and one of the first things you need to do when you start learning to play Dwarf Fortress is how to forget how to play other games. Dwarves are a lot more resilient than I think people give them credit for. People hear memes and read stories about mass dwarven mental breakdowns, which, I mean, to a degree can still happen, but not in the way that they used to happen. And I think people need to just chill out a little bit and play the game. And if that's making an unhappy fort, make an unhappy fort. Sometimes it's fun to make an unhappy fort. Alter Ego, hello! It's good to see you. Like, you know, a good example of this is how Deep Space plays this game. Like, 2 years into a Deep Space fort, more than half of his dwarves will be in the red. And he keeps his forts alive for like 10 years sometimes. Sometimes longer. And he usually just retires them when he gets bored, unless, like, you know, it absolutely collapses. But, like, he makes these beautiful, cool-looking forts that just have dead cats in the hallways, because he doesn't care. He likes watching the dwarves get upset, and finds that entertaining. If that's how you enjoy playing the game, play the game that way. There is no wrong way to play a single-player game that has no end goal. It's all about self-satisfaction and what you think is cool. Do you think symmetrical fortresses that are perfectly min-maxed with everybody 100% happy and nobody ever getting upset is fun? Go nuts, build that. I like to try and contort the world into doing what I want it to do. Building a narrative, being the bad guy, being the good guy, being the bad guy. Being some weird gray entity that just hoards all the books. There you go, alter ego. The reason children suffer from bad memories is because people don't know that this menu is here. If you want children to not suffer from bad memories, go into this menu, click this, okay? Click this, right? And then probably click this one as well. Literally, what makes children so depressed in Dwarf Fortress and what turns them into the children's psychopath meme that people love to mimic, is the way the child AI works is simple. Child does a task, child goes to the location of that task, then the child plays make-believe for at least one task, sometimes multiple, depending on how badly they want to play. And they don't really move while they're playing. Sometimes they'll go grab a toy and then play make-believe where that toy is. So if you allow them to do burial or refuse hauling, what happens is they grab an item that is rotting and stinks and makes them scared and depressed, and then they go to the location where it's stored, they drop it on the ground there, which is probably surrounded by other items that are stinking, rotting, and making them upset, and then they stand there for a day and a half and play. So, I'm not saying this should be in the tutorial, but honestly, I think it should be in the tutorial. Because if you don't want your children to be fucking depressed all the time, literally just uncheck those 3 things and you won't really have that problem anymore. Also, like, maybe make them some places to play and some toys. I mean, well then don't bitch if your children get mad. Peregrine, come on. You gotta outweigh those negative memories with positive ones. Anyway, I'm gonna go turn those back on because that's fun. And the adults are busy, so the kids gotta help. My other squad has returned. Let's see how they did. I snuck in there and found nothing. Well, that's a shame. Speaking of quality of life, I really wish there was a "you've rated this site before" indicator underneath it, because that's going to become a problem here. The bearded odor and the meal. I'm going to go and explore the site of Relic Labor, which is a dwarven fort. At least give them wheelbarrows, though, Peregrine. Can we get a clip of the last 5 minutes? You're pretty sure that's important info for fortress management? I talk about it in multiple tutorials, so I'm not sure what more you need me to do. I think the problem is there's a lot of things in Dwarf Fortress that are just memed about and very rarely actually communicated why that happens and also how to fix it. I think it's like actually kind of a genuine problem with the community of this game, is like a thing goes wrong and people go, nah, Dwarf Fortress, but never actually, like even if they have the information, they very rarely explain to people, okay, but like, if you want that to stop happening. And the reason I think this is a problem is, well, one, people think it's funny. And spoilers, it is funny. But the reason it's a problem is there are new players who've never played this game before who have that happen, get frustrated, and quit. Right? When often solving the problem is as easy as ticking something in a menu. So like, I kind of wish there was... I wish people were quicker to be like, this is how you fix the problem. Also, that's hilarious. Instead of being like, that's hilarious. You know what I mean? One of your military dwarves had a baby who hated violence and then got caught up in a cave dweller siege. They were red unhappy for the first year and a half and was basically half the reason you set up mist generators in your tavern dining hall. See, like, that mother just desperately needed maternity leave. That's what that mother needed. That mother should have gone into her own squad and not been sent into combat for a bit until that child was 1 or 2 years old, however old they are when they start crawling. And then just, like, let that kid go be a kid. That's what I think should have happened there. That seems like a management issue. But I mean, hey. You do you, right? What am I to say how you can and cannot run your fort? Who am I? I also find that if you burrow all of the children in your fort into a guild hall, they end up being way happier because then they like learn skills as well. Turns out kids in Dwarfort really like going to school. Long time ago, and I think this is still the case, children were like an unbreakable shield. So actually bringing your child to battle day was actually a benefit to the soldier because they had like an unbreakable blocking tool. Which is kind of fucked up, but you know. I'm also just going to move this over here and use that for farming right there, because it's convenient. This is my son, Meat Shield, yes. Meat Shield, my son. First, last name. Therapy squads don't work as well these days. You're probably talking about the one that Sal made, unless it's a more recent one. Therapy squads aren't really as necessary these days. All you actually need to do to have the exact same effect as Therapy Squad now is just make sure none of these are checked and then click this button. Therapy squads were something that made a lot more sense in version 47 when jobs worked very differently. And it was a much bigger pain in the ass to tell them to not do anything. But now that that button exists, just click that button and you'll have the same effect as a Therapy Squad. There's a lot of very unrealistic aspects of this game. Trust me. And a militia commander who had a baby right before she charged, and a were-panda. Wow! Dropped the baby. And the panda got a snack, and the reaction from it was, I saw a child die. I'm not sad. Wow! That's, grim. Yeah, that's all I have for that. Seems like Clockwork Bear Boy is, fully grownest. George, you would like somebody with a beard. Would you like a dwarf or would you like a necro experiment? I can do either. Dwarf Fortress isn't known for its realism, and anybody who says it's known for its realism is probably a little silly. Dwarf Fortress is known for being convincing, and I do think there's a pretty strict distinction between the two. Dwarf Fortress is known for creating worlds that are believable and feel like they could be real. But this is also a game where you can grab a person by their tongue and throw them. So, yeah, realism. It's real. You're not wrong there. It is real to the dwarves. An experiment would be cool, actually. Okay, let's see if I can find one. Like this one. This is now George. Sorry, that's just a funny name. George, 94, which is who is intellectually stubborn, rarely changing his mind during a debate regardless of its merits. Finds himself to be quite hopeful about the future and is sometimes acts with little determination and confidence. Isn't particularly ambitious and isn't particularly ambitious and can occasionally lose focus on the matter at hand. He's quick to anger and is curious and eager to learn. He tries to do things correctly most times and can easily fall in love or develop positive feels. He is troubled by this because he regards romance in a low regard and often acts with compassion. He doesn't mind a little tumult and discord in day-to-day living and is moved by art and natural beauty. He dreams of seeing the great natural places of the world and personally values cooperation, values loyalty, and doesn't care about art one way or another. And doesn't think much about the idea of perseverance. He likes earthenware, platinum, and varisite, as well as water buffalo horn, jute fabric, and the sight of the pantomime of flutes, and when possible prefers to consume apple cider and donkey's milk and fonio and artichoke hearts, and absolutely hates purring maggots. Yeah, or pinching an arm off, or breaking somebody's backbone by pinching it. I mean, I guess you could do that if you had a strong enough pinch, but like, come on. This is a large, scaly humanoid. It has a short tail, and its dark olive scales are round and set far apart. This night creature was first created by a human necromancer named Etus in the year 915 after horrible experiments on an elf. So you're sort of like an elf descendant thing. You're also a legendary mason, apparently. This down here is going to be my hospital. I'm going to move it over here. Man, I'm making blocks too slowly. Because I'm doing too many other things, that's why. Artichokes are wonderful. If you're hungry, go eat food, man. Like, what? If you're hungry, eat something. Food is important. Clockwork Bear Cub has become a war-trained grizzly bear. Too lazy to make dinner? I know the feeling. I ate a frozen pizza last night, so kind of with you there. Although it was really good frozen pizza. I need a mechanic shop as well. Just chuck this in here. Just take a glance. They've got probably at least one mechanism. So let's just go table. I don't think I have any tables, mechanisms, or other things. So let's just do a table. Up you up to the top. Let's make a rock mechanism and a traction bench. In that order. And my stoneworkers has given birth to a girl. And it seems that my last squad is back, so we're actually at our proper population now. Also, if I sound stuffed up today, it's because my nose is plugged. I've got pollen allergies, apparently. Also, Postclobber is a really good name, which is Cthulhu's last name. Dagger Rewards is Lore's last name. I love Dwarven last names. The Mountain Halls and more. So this is a old Dwarven fortress that we've just snuck into and taken books from. I might continue going after relic labor until we clear it out. There's also this one, which is Fortune Glaze. And there's also Finder's Lashed. Razor Tick's another one. Where was this? I need to double check. Relic Labor was down here somewhere. Inkitch. Helm's Realms. Helm's Realms! It's this one. I'm just going to send all of the squads to go clear that out. It's going to take a little bit for them all to leave the map, but probably be good. Post-clobber, son of pre-clobber. Well, uh-oh. There was, no longer is, a troll in the basement. The troll is now dead. I'm actually just going to go up to here and go rock mechanisms. Let's make 10. Wooden cage. Let's also make 10. Except the cages I'm just going to make out of tower cap. And we're just going to fill this up with cage traps. All of these dwarves are off to go explore. The wonderful Wizard of Oz. How are we doing up here? We're just down here very slowly making steel bars. Let's actually check bars. What are we at? 18 steel? What are these dwarves lacking in uniform? Lots of stuff. Let's do 5 steel short swords and 10 steel short swords and 10 steel shields. Steel, oops. Let's go up here. Steel short. Steel shield. You can tell your peeps that your t-shirts are great quality and you like wearing yours. It's comfy and didn't shrink or fade from washing. They're pre-washed, actually. They wash them they're washed before they're printed and sent out, which is why they don't shrink. But thank you very much for the kind review. Oh. Well, I made the traction bench, but now it just needs to get placed. This over here is going to get moved to over here. The Home of Spears. How about the Healing Spears? There you go. We'll see you later, Turts. Sorry about the bandwidth usage. Like I said earlier, hopefully still my ceiling, because if it's not, that's bad. Zalvi. This up here can also just go away. It can just go away. Man, this is draining quick. Let's pump this up again. That's why you don't wash, you don't want them to shrink? Yeah, it's always kind of a threat, isn't it? Yeah, I need to make soap. That's something else I need to do. Might just make a little soap making operation right over here. Really a little bit worried. When are you going to ask to join, Dwarf? Because you are upset about everything. So winter this year is when you will join the fortress, ideally.
A clockwork dragon cheered. X100. Pennies for the penny jar. Cheers.
I know that the mobile app sucks, Zalvi, and I know that lots of people like to tell me that. I know, and I don't need to hear it. It doesn't make things any better. It just bums me out. Clockwork Dragon, thanks for the $1. Appreciate you, mate. That's all I have to say, Zalvi. So thanks for sharing. Please don't do that. It doesn't benefit anybody. If it sucks, please reach out to Twitch support and yell at them and tell them to make it better, as many have done. Okay, chat, can I get a round of beers so that we can reset the conversation, please? Thank you. Is accepting remembering being caught in freakish weather. That's good. Mulling over this recurring memory changed your personal values. What did it do to it? He values sacrifice now. Well, that's good, I guess. That's some funny looking water, Jesus. It's mighty whiny looking. We're over here making rock pots as well. This is my kind of, I guess, non-existent temple. This up here, I thought I already did this, but is my tavern, and I should expand it so they can actually dance properly. Looks like we're out of fermentable, unrotten plants. Probably also got something to do with the fact that most of them are planted. How are we doing on cloth? I've also decided that I'm gonna have to get ahead of cloth really quick in this fort, because if I don't, well, that's just going to lead to a lot of clothing problems later on, especially because I've got a bunch of weird-sized characters, so I'm gonna have to micromanage a shit ton of weird. The Lobster of Shell? Horrid, desolate. Okay, I need to look at the gods, actually. What are the gods in the fort right now? God of Misery, the ones that are worshipped. Rain and Rainbows, Jealousy, Creation and Pregnancy, The Wind and Sky. That one's also Jewels and other stuff. Enkos, the god of mountains, volcanoes, fire, the sun, and nature. Fortresses, War and Victory, Earth, Death, lovely. Animals and Plants, Storms, Thunder, and Lightning. Ah, Thor, I know that one. Marriage, Oaths, and Loyalty. The god of games, I love that one. Death, Blight, and the Rain, Fertility and Trees, Jewels, Wealth, Fortress of War, Persuasion, the Sun, another god of death, the god of fame, the god of rivers and nature. So Animals as Plants is apparently a lobster? Or the Lobster of Shell is their title? The god of pregnancy is called Skirt Kiss, excuse me. I did not actually read their name. I was just reading the things they worship. Start Kiss, actually, not Skirt Kiss. Which is also pretty funny. The god of creation and pregnancy is Start Kiss. Okay, now Kiss. The god. That's funny. Start Kiss indeed. Huh. Yeah, I mean, it checks out. It really does. That's amusing. Well, at least it's start kiss and not end kiss, you know? Nobody wants a story to end with a kiss. That would be a pretty sad ending, because then nothing else happens, right? That's the ending. Sometimes the names of the gods can be highly ironic, too. I had a god of death once that was a fluffy wambler, which was the day that I discovered that fluffy wamblers exist. And that was maybe the hardest I cried laughing in my life. I also missed the god that we had in that 1/4 that was a giant chinchilla. Or I think it was just a chinchilla, actually, not even a giant one. It was just a chinchilla. And it developed a bunch of fan art, and turns out it was like the least popular god in the world. Nobody worshipped it, and I built a giant temple for it. Nobody ever went there. We're like, this is amazing! Who wouldn't want to worship a giant chinchilla? And then everyone was just like, nobody wants to worship a giant chinchilla? It does kind of sound like a boomer take. Yeah. Start kissing and get kissing and you get pregnant. That's how that works. Does sound like some high school boomer propaganda. Halls of Climaxes. Yeah. Goblin Village called Squirt Puddles. I mean, there's nothing dirty about that. That's just funny. That's just funny. I did see once the squirting birth, though, which was genuinely kind of distressing. Which was an elven site. It was an elven faction? I actually can't remember. Ai is fighting with what? Itself? Okay. I don't, actually. I'm sure it's just perfectly normal elven stuff, which is they stand around in trees and talk. Sometimes. Usually they just stand around in trees. I'm sure there's nothing even remotely dirty going on there. Because that's just how this game works. I'm actually going to give the... your bedroom and your office need some more value. I'm going to give your bedroom a bookcase with gems encrusted in it. And, your dining room, a bookcase with gems on it. Or maybe I'll just get rid of this and, go put one of these in. One of the ones with gems. Like one of these. Hello, Rylais. How are you? I think, like, elven names sound like spells for horny wizards. Like, let's see how long I need to look around before I find an elven site that sounds dirty. Square leopard, okay. Contained dove, okay. Styled tell, okay. Okay. Rift typhoon. I liked rifty food more, but gorge dust. Submerged grotto, suitor wade. Okay, maybe I'm wrong here. Blow tulips of the godly bride. Okay, that's pretty good though. The godly bride's just a pretty good name. And the faction's called the renowned couple. Oh, this will be fun. Okay, these are taken over by humans. Mother phrased? Wait, what? Mother phased would be funnier, but that's hard to say. That's just a good name. Flight chasms. It's a human location. It's also a human location. That book name, though. The Birth of Spawns? Also squid images? What a name. The whimsical tough of the Glisten Joys. This is a human fort, and the location is run by a group called the Coalition of Sneaking. I think they're just all Assassin's Creed players. Budded Vessel is just a good location name for a thing. Especially, like, people that... Rosy Rough? Trust births. No, truest birth. Ooh, that's just problematic on a lot of levels. Truest births. Poison Dawn. Limb glossed? Roar limb? Squeezing hawks! There's a joke in there, that's for sure. Chad, I'm gonna go besiege the squeezing hawks. The poor hawks, yeah, just don't say it too fast. I tend to refer to the colors as colors. I don't usually think of them as like the words together. Pick Thunder is my new power metal band though. That's a goblin location. Horn Dabbled? Shore Youth. What else do we have? I actually haven't found that many that bad. Squeezing Hawks is just kind of funny. Sack Queens! Hey, chat, does anybody want to make a beanbag chair brand and call it Sack Queens? Because I wouldn't buy one, but I would point and laugh. Although the most absurd ones are usually the kobold names for things when you actually look at the translated names for kobold places. Dung's Depths, the naughty hole, will forever rattle true in my memory. One second. Allergies can die in a fire. All right, let's just go back to gaming. What steps the what? I didn't read that one. What? Yeah, I've seen Lovesack before. Yep. They're always at conventions and their marketing is awful. You want to sit on my Lovesack? No, I really don't, thanks. Fuck you and your stupid marketing, you stupid Although I do think it's kind of funny that the only thing that Starfield had at TwitchCon was Lovesack. It's like a third-party brand doing an integration thing. Anyway. And the company you're in the process of forming? Please don't tell me. I don't need to know. I'm good. I mean, I also... Okay, since we're talking about shitty humor, I can't be the only person that thinks that Microsoft is funny. Just on an extremely childish level. Like, I can't be the only person in the world that thinks that. Yeah, I mean, I'm waiting for macro art, exactly. Like, what? That's like the opposite of Viagra. Alright, I am playing Dwarf Fortress, right? So currently, I'm just kind of... Oh, sweet, my squads are coming back. Let's see how that theft went. I kind of want to actually get my squads geared up, so I think I'm going to give them a bit of a break. And try and gear them up a little bit. I'm not the first person to make it, so I'm probably stealing it from somebody else. So this is just going to be a big old theft of books because I just sent 3 squads to go grab them. But I am keeping an eye to see if there's any prisoners rescued from here. Well, the names aren't completely random. The names are tied to specific goals, and then the faction names things based on the ideals of the faction leader. So, to give you an idea, because YouTube chat's talking about how the names are just random, right? If a leader of a faction is lustful and the faction happens to make a new site, then it's more likely that they will use lustful words to name that site. Does that make sense? Or if they're violent or mean or cruel, then they have a higher chance of that. Which is why if you have an elvish leader who's very lustful running a goblin civ, you'll suddenly have elvish-looking names for goblin sites. So yes, they're random, but... Like, Dwarf Fortress is a game about, like, twine connecting a trillion different things together. And so it's like, well, yeah, but, like, my friend Snot is going to be written by somebody who's kind of got a cold or a bad spat of allergies or somebody who's cruel. Exactly, Dalkin. My friend Snot's probably the sequel to How to Eat Fried Worms. Interpretation of the mountain home. Yeah, we need to get some more gear onto these dwarves, I think. Because we're a bit short. Greed? I wonder what gluttonous specifically would go for. Probably greed, right? So anything relating to greed? Probably the banquets of misery or something. Or like the laborious lunch. I've seen things that use the word lunch before in the names of locations. So lunch could certainly be a possible one. The forest retreat when it counts. Not random-randed, but procedurally generated with logical intent, is what I would say. Tavern names, yeah! You gotta spend some time with wifey. Well, it is Friday, so you enjoy yourself, Neezer. And I will look into the thing this afternoon and get that sorted. For the gift drawing. And folks on YouTube, don't forget to leave a like on the stream. I know 69 likes are nice, but like, help us out here. Thanks again for your quick video. Simple hint. You just failed again in Dwarf Fortress. There's no such thing as failing. There's just dramatic endings. But thank you much. Appreciate you. Even though the Hydra helped solve your population problem. Yeah, you know, it's funny. Like every now and again, like I'll have like catastrophic events where like half my population dies, and chat's like, "Oh my god, you lost half your population. That's horrible." I'm like, "I didn't have enough bedrooms, and now I have plenty. This is great." One person's problem is another person's benefit. I mean, all I'm saying is I didn't have enough bedrooms, and now I've got more than enough. Congrats on the streak, Bioactive. Glass maker withdraws from the society. Why? Why you gotta be a maker of the glass? I don't want to make a glass industry. I guess I'll have to make a glass industry. Probably have to make 2 of them too. Laya, Dwarf Beardless, got it. Do you want a child or an adult? Laya's got a quick finger on the trigger. I did a lot of glass in the last 2 forts, so. Kiddo's fine, there will be carnage. I mean, there may or may not be, but. I'm just gonna go with Laya if that's okay. Feels filled with joy and desires little for herself in the way of possessions. Does not enjoy participating in physical confrontations and works to square its natural tendency with her respect to martial prowess. She is very impolite and inconsiderate of property and is not inherently proud of her talents and accomplishments. She thinks she is fairly important in the grand scheme of things and can occasionally lose focus on the matter at hand. She tries to keep her things orderly and tends to think before acting. She tends to form only tenuous emotional bonds with others and can handle stress. She finds helping others emotionally rewarding, and she does not easily fall in love and rarely develops positive feelings. She tends to avoid crowds and does not tend to be swayed by emotional appeals. She doesn't mind a little tumult and discord in day-to-day living, and she is conflicted by this since she values parties and merrymaking as an intellectual concept. She tends to stretch her body when she's thinking, and when she's nervous, she clicks her tongue. She often snaps her fingers when she's nervous and becomes very rigid when she's angry. Actually, something just occurred to me. Rumrusher, are you in the chat? I have a question that you might know the answer to. Personally finds the notion that one would persevere through adversity bullheaded, absolutely unhorned, and values a harmonious existence. Sees a competition as reasonably important and doesn't, and respects power and doesn't particularly value loyalty. For you existed in my previous fort as well, and were probably born in my previous fort. I mean, you're 8 years old. Okay, so you were in my previous fort for like a handful of years, and then you've since migrated here. And your mother is dead, unfortunately. Your mother was my broker who died outside. Speaking of broker, I need to assign a new one and a new bookkeeper. I think that Emily gets the task of these two. She left an artifact at the previous fort? Not necessarily. No, it's right here. You were the first person to make an artifact here. Actually. Next time, though, Zavi. Next time. The reason kobold names don't get translated into English words outside of legends is because kobold names have no meaning. They're literally... They're one of the few things in Dwarf Fortress that's just tied to random... Apparently... Okay. I might be wrong here. I think this is a skull totem that was... Because I did do an adventure in this world briefly. I think this was a human skull totem that was asked to be returned to a goblin faction while I was in adventure mode. I'm mostly certain of that. That's kind of wild, actually. We must have grabbed that as part of the recovery of different things. Speaking of, I should probably keep an eye on the objects menu, actually. Actually, no, we've got 3 different totems. And also this nickel earring? Do I have more pedestals I can make? Because I know I just queued one up, but no. Let's just make like 5 rock pedestals, or maybe just queue up some rock pedestals. Maybe make a treasures room or something. Probably going to need it. Mean the child on a pedestal? So we're now into early autumn. We shall hope. The traders arrive, because some of them died the last time they were here. Not that they need to. I mean, we are building our population pretty quickly without them. Let's just focus on this squad first. Okay, so we're making steel short swords and steel shields pretty consistently, so I hit update here. Let's just unassign and reassign your uniform. I'm curious about something.
ill_Tebay cheered. X500. I hope it works this time.
It did. Thank you very much for the $5. I presume that's what you were trying to do. If you were trying to put some money into your bank account, I don't think it worked, but... Do traders dying on your map lower your faction's willingness to trade with them? They don't care if it's your fault or not. They just know that they... Basically, if there's traders on your map, the faction considers them in your care, more or less. And if somebody dies on the map while it's in your care, they blame you for it. So, yes, it does hurt your relations with them. I'm a little bit worried that I can't actually use any of this gear because it was being made by that character. Because these guys don't have particularly specific gear, but like, by all counts, they should all be able to equip those. So that's a little weird, actually. That is actually kind of really weird. It shouldn't, Laya. To my knowledge, it doesn't. It would for armor. You're trying to get your shrine to temple status. Does your appraiser look and keeper need to visit in order to raise the number? If they're terrible at it, you need to overcompensate. If they're terrible at estimating the values of things, they need to overcompensate for the value of it. So there's that. But outside of that, no, they shouldn't need to. You do have to make sure that they have free time, though, to calculate the value. They do need to visit their office. Well, if it's 3 a.m. right now, most days of the week, friend in YouTube chat, I will still be live in 5 hours. You could get up at a more reasonable time of day, but... Anyway, we'll find out in a second if it's got something to do with that. I'm also going to go up to here and add charcoal to this. Add coal to this. And go to this and add coal to that. So I'm not entirely sure why that ain't working. It can sometimes be a pain to get the appraiser to fully appraise things. I will say that. What? Urvad Elkham's demon milker has been found dead. Oh, did you fight with a cave crocodile? Yeah, you did. Oh, that sucks. Looks like they killed the cave crocodile, though. One of my necromancer experiments, Urvad, died to a cave crocodile. Is what he did. Okay, so let's see. Can you... Okay, maybe it's just this squad. Say no uniform. Take them off duty. Train. Train. Equip. Assign uniform metal armor. I'm gonna try taking you out of this squad. And then try this again. How about I go over here and just make a weapons stockpile? There's something weird going on, and I'm trying to kind of deduce what it is. Well, that moves them all. Okay, so you want pictures of glass, so I'm just gonna go collect sand with this, assuming I actually have sand I can collect even. I'm not sure I do. Although we're about to trade, so I just need to buy some sand. Although maybe they're not gonna arrive this year, we'll see. Yeah, I don't know what's up with this. This is weird. It's actually kind of really weird. Why would I play Oblivion exactly? Like, I can I'll just manual assign, whatever. Caravans arrived. Man. I think I'm just gonna assign a new uniform. And this is just going to be breastplate, helm, greaves, gauntlets. We'll say high boots, shields. Short swords. But no, I have zero plans to play Oblivion. Yeah, this is weird. Like, actually weird. Genuinely bizarre. Stream's been okay so far, Electra. Or Electra. Are some traps more effective than others? You also have a bunch on your map. What do you mean, are some traps more effective than others? You mean, like, all traps kind of do a specific thing, so I don't know what you mean by effective. Cthulhu Dancing meets with the Outpost Liaison Dalmas. And I'm going to ask for... I'm kind of tempted to just ask for what? But let's go... Stone blocks. No, not stone blocks. Where the hell would coal be? Wouldn't be under tools, would it? No. I don't want coal in the format of stone. I want like refined coke. Might be under bars and blocks. I should scroll down further and check. No. I could just ask for wood. I've never really experienced water falling causing frame rate issues. Like, even on my older PC, water blocking movement can cause frame rate issues. Or caused frame rate issues for me, but water falling in and of itself has never caused massive frame rate issues. Unless it's like blocking pathing. So I'm not entirely sure what I do differently, but just make sure your dwarves aren't trying to walk through the top of it. Yeah, I think I'll just import wood and then just make it into coal. Into charcoal. I'll just do it that way. They want crowns, specifically. Is it under miscellaneous? Well, too late now. Too late now. I don't have too much more than I need to sell, really. Maybe grenades? Well, welcome back, VadTech. Apparently it's under miscellaneous, Sword Death in YouTube chat. And feel unstoppable? So, if you're talking about Necromancer experiments specifically, because they're randomly generated, some of them could just straight up be trap void. I've certainly seen that. And also, you need to be cautious of spies. Spies that make the enemy that's attacking you aware of traps will make them able to avoid your traps. As an example, like a spy could be a random bard visiting your tavern that then leaves and tells the enemy where your traps are, and then the traps are exposed when they're walking into the map. You'll know what I mean if you ever are playing adventure mode and walking into a fortress and then suddenly instantly die to a weapon trap. If you talk to somebody about that location beforehand, it's pretty good you'd see the weapon trap before you got there. Well, that sucks. I don't think there's any sand in here either. Woof. That's a shame. At least I'm getting the platinum nuggets. So now I need to see if I do in fact have sand in here. Let's just jump down here. I'm not seeing any, just dirt. Like if I go up here and deconstruct one of these, it's probably not gonna be sand, but... No, there is no sand in this map. Like, it's just some dirt. Yeah, I know. Well, that dwarf who wants sand, I'll just go make them a tomb. Because they're dead now. I mean, it happens sometimes. It's never optimal, but it do happen sometimes. I'm running natively. I don't see any reason to run it with Proton. The only difference I get between running it natively or in Proton is under Proton, the main menu is centered, so it's not gonna make me lose sleep, really. Got 32 extra Dwarf bucks. Let's just trade for a cave lobster. It's gotta be like some sort of alignment thing. Like, you know how dwarves won't equip discovered godlike materials until they've been put on a pedestal and then removed from it? It's gotta be that, right? Like, it's gotta be. Like, that's the only thing I could possibly think that would be causing this. But, like, there's multiple shields and multiple things available, but they're just not equipping it. There's some real oddities going on in this fort, I tell you. Some real oddities. Some truly strange oddities. School of the Ox, thank you very much for the 10th month. Welcome back. It could also just be I've got so many squads and not enough, too many squads and not enough stuff. That could also be it. I think what I'm going to do also is I'm going to set all these dwarves to off duty and take them off of training for a little bit. And just make sure that none of them are set to train. And then I'm going to update the gear for these top 2 squads and see what that does. Yeah, like you still don't have that. That is bizarre. Let's unselect this one and go back here and say metal swords. Everybody but one. Yeah, that's weird, man. I doubt that Zulban's a pacifist at heart, because Zulban came from my previous fort. Let's just say individual choice weapon. No. Takes your sword. That or the other situation where there maybe just isn't enough swords. So let's just do steel, shorts, sword, and just make 10 more. While you listen to poetry over here. Crossbows have been perfectly functional since October 2023. Watch my tutorial and follow it, and you'll be just fine. There's nothing wrong with crossbows. Google is bad, and Google should feel bad. The day that I don't have to answer that question anymore will be the happiest day of my life. Also, Zavi, what would you like me to name? The brewery, you mean the still in the tavern? What am I naming the still in the tavern? The plentiful ale. The plentiful. There you go. Damn it, I was really hoping that would be my adventure joining the fortress. The Hall of Bears! Although I will say that is a very fitting name for a farmer's guild in this faction. If they build a farmer's guild. That is a very fitting name for a farmer's guild. Very fitting. Thinking I'll just put her right here. No, you're not just cursed. Google is wrong, and people keep reposting it, and it's, like, not good information. They're gonna do a full rework of them, because people still don't like the way they work, even though they work just fine. If anything, I would say they're too strong in certain situations. Yet, they're gonna do a full rework, because people are still complaining. And I genuinely believe that most of the people that are complaining about them have just not actually done any real research or looking into whether or not they work, and just presume that they still don't. For clarity, they never didn't work. People just don't like the behavior. The behavior of Mark's dwarves is that when they run out of ammo, they make a decision. What's easier, getting more ammo or charging? And then the other thing that people never do is they never go to labor, standing orders, sieges and dumping, and claim used ammunition. Nobody ever does that. And because nobody does that, what happens is all of their ammunition gets used once and then forbidden. And then they go, I have no ammo. Why don't my soldiers ever pick up ammo? I don't know. I wonder. Sorry for the brutal honesty, but like, that's all I have to say. We also apparently need a craft source skills. The other complaint that people have is that you can't restack unstacked ammunition, but it doesn't matter at all. Just put them in bins and it's totally fine. Or yeah, you know, put them in a battlement in a tower. You know, like they're intended. Like they did historically. I was talking about Mark's... Dwarves. Why is there a giant sparrow in my fort? Where'd you come from? Big burb? Just casual giant sparrow. Yeah, totally. Okay, actually, maybe don't kill it. Just go back to training. Nothing to see, Dwarf. I don't know, Zavi. They don't have longer line of sight. That's based on their observation skill. So I'm not sure. The science hasn't been done by me. They have towers? There is a gameplay reason, but it's got nothing to do with range. The gameplay reason is if they have a tower that they can't get out of with ammo that's closer to them in a pathing sense, then they're more likely to go get more ammo than running in melee. That's why you put them in towers. That is the reason. The very legitimate gameplay reason. But I don't know. I digress at this point. I can't fix stupid. Scholarly Potat, thanks for the 8th month. Welcome back. Thanks for the Bezos buck.
Have my Bezos bucks.
Also, I'm losing my voice way quicker than I did yesterday. Lock them with a bin full of bolts? Or like, you know, let them shoot at the Forgotten Beast that's shooting fire and then watch the Forgotten Beast fall before it gets like halfway to the fort even. It's like so freakishly efficient. And if you're still confused, just go watch my tutorials on how to set up Mark's Dwarves. They're not hard. I'm not tired of your shit today. I just have really bad pollen allergies right now, and my eyes are watering, my nose is running, and my throat makes me want to punch myself in the throat so that I no longer have a throat and I no longer need to feel this. It's got nothing to do with you. I kind of have a headache, my eyes are watering, and I want to go back to bed. Don't use that word in that context in my chat, VadTech. It's not cool. And no, you didn't. Jesus H. Christ. Read the definition of that word. And use it as it's intended. I'm aware that you're being a wise ass, which is why I'm being a wise ass in response. I also figure that you can take some criticism, so. You've been around long enough to know how I operate, I think. To me, the excessive use of that word is not quite at the point where I will just ban people for using it, but it's getting there. It's getting worse every year. I'm currently on a pretty high dose of reactin, so I can actually speak, which is an improvement from the first day that this happened. I don't know. I've never had problems with pollen allergies before, so I'm trying to figure that one out. I will let you know when I figure that one out. My older sister had pollen allergies her entire life, and I had them a little bit when I was younger, but they just kind of stopped as I got older. Oh, there's another bird in the fort. So I don't know. Ask me that in 6 months. Maybe I'll have an answer for you. It's hard for me to say reactin right now because of my plugged nose, Shaku. But I don't know, it's just like allergy meds, that's all it is. But yeah, no, blame the allergies for my inability to say reactin. Blah. I wasn't trying to redact it. I've got no problems with saying the name of the medication that I'm using because I apparently have a pollen allergy. I'm glad that you feel that way, Electra. It'll get better or it won't. I'll figure it out. Sum it up this way. I wish I could get rid of this allergy with a grenade. That would be a very Caves of Cud-esque cure to a problem. I will never forget the time that I cured my own blindness in Caves of Cud by throwing a flashbang in front of my face. It was specifically like, set yourself on fire, drink oil, and then throw a flashbang in front of you, or something like that. You wrote down a note about a dwarf that got bit by a were creature. I had to go to bed before I could quarantine him, and you can't seem to find the note now. Uh-oh. There might be a historical combat log in this menu. There's about a dozen YouTube shorts already on that exact subject, Jesus, in YouTube chat, who is saying that the YouTube shorts is going to love the Archer rant. So I don't know, maybe. I also find that a little bit doubtful. Twipped, thank you very much for the 10th month. I don't trust YouTube's or Twitch's activity feed anymore. I also don't trust YouTube in general, but I don't trust Twitch's activity feed anymore because it keeps giving me strange numbers that don't seem to actually be the right numbers. Also, thanks for the like, YouTube. We're into late autumn now. The late autumn. I do, in fact, have some gem-encrusted coffers. You'll love to see it. Or at least I do, I think. Only have 6 charcoal right now. Eesh. I think it would be easier to just dig around it if there's sand there. There isn't guaranteed to be sand in a riverbed, if that's what the question is. Diverting a river is about as complicated as you want it to be. And I know that might sound a little bit like a non-answer, but diverting rivers can be pretty straightforward if you allow it to be straightforward. I also have a metalsmith's guild, great. All of these guilds are forming because I've taken all my I've given all my squads a pause. This is my own fault. Well, let's just start off with the Farmers Guild. Guild Hall. Farmers Guild. What's the value of this? Need double the value. Okay, well, we can work on that. Engraving. I've got quite a few legendary engravers. Let's only let the legendary ones do it. And then train up the novice ones. I mean, assuming it freezes, they don't always freeze. Sounds like a usual Friday. I mean, it rains this stuff, which is nauseating filth, which gives dwarves a fever. So that's why I'm calling it vomit rain. Apparently I have squash. Not sure how I got squash, but I'm going to plant squash up there. Currently I just have pig iron bars. Okay, let's just do smelt. Well, actually, do I have a hematite job? Then you don't do it. I mean, that's also fair. I mean, using pumps is actually pretty directly straightforward if you know how to use pumps, I guess. But knowing how to use pumps is like more than a third of the battle there. If you know how to use pumps, it's quite straightforward. If you don't, yeah, okay, it's gonna be a little tricky. Also, ads are about to start. When the ads start, I will pause the game and unpause them when the ads are done. For me trying to pronounce, I mean, I don't want to put up a reactant ad. I'm okay with saying it on a stream, but If it was entertaining for here, that's good enough for me. I genuinely don't know why this stockpile isn't working, so let's try this again. Ah, figured out why it's not working. You right there. No limestone, no metal ores. Sure, we'll take clay, why not? No limestone, no metal ores. You load from here. We're in an ad break, so I will wait. Although, to be fair, Scholarly Potato, Dwarf Fortress, Puppies, and D&D, two of those things are kind of oddly specific, so it's difficult for you to find them, right? Although in regards to diverting rivers, I've certainly had forts where I'm like, yeah, I'm going to divert this river, and then I spend 7 hours trying to divert the river and drowning 11 dwarves, so, you know, where I didn't expect that to happen in the first place. It's not always straightforward. Even though I often mistakenly think it is going to be. Where do I personally believe the first anvil came from? Well, the first anvil is created during World Gen, one for each faction. So whatever creates World Gen. My CPU. I don't really think it matters beyond that point. I think that's something that'll get explained when, like, if you're asking me to delve into fan theories, I don't know. Armok made it. Whatever that means. I mean, I guess the actual answer is I personally don't care, I guess. I feel like that's something that, like, doesn't necessarily need to be explained, and it can be whatever headcanon you want it to be. I mean, for me, it's just whatever dwarven god exists that the first dwarf worships, that god gives them an anvil. That's all it really is in my mind. It's all anvils all the way down, just like the chicken and the egg. It's all chickens, and everything tastes like chicken, and there's lots of eggs. Just gonna make a little weapons and armor stockpile here for stuff made of steel. No other materials. You, yes, none of that. No other materials. And no trap components. And, sure, you can have bins, that's fine. You right here. And you know what, screw it, I'm not gonna worry too much about materials. Let's make several bins over here. Make 2 maybe. And this up here has 2 bins in it, so we'll say keep 3 bins. I've never eaten ostrich. Well, okay. So because I've honestly never given it that much thought as to which one of the fan theories I go with, I'm going to make up my own right now. My theory as to where the first anvil came from is the player is Armok, which is a theory that I've had for a while. So if the anvil is made by World Gen, then the anvil is made by Armok, because the player clicks Generate World. So if the player is Armok, then Armok makes the first anvil. Thus, you made the first anvil. Congrats. That's my official theory as of 5 seconds ago when I made it up. It's as legitimate as any creation theory, so please treat it as such. Thank you very much and have a good day. Also, I'm going to send some squads out to go do things. So we're going to start off by grabbing you and saying, grab your stuff, get back to training. No, Tarn and Zach created Armok. Tarn and Zach are another level above. Armok is actually a check in Slaves to Armok, or in Dragslay, which is Armok. And it confused people, and they went, what is an Armok? Well, it's is arm okay? Is your arm okay? Did you hurt your arm? Is it okay? Because if you did, then clearly arm not okay. But if you didn't, then well, arm okay. Because I have had the personal theory of like who the heck is Armok, is that Armok is the player. I've had that theory for a while. I've been pretty stuck to that one. It just makes sense to me. I don't know. It seems fair and relatively logical to me. This dwarf may also not be able to equip something because he might just be injured. What squad are you in? Damaged cudgels. Dominant cudgels? Oh, you came from the previous fort. Dill. Also, knights are slow seems to have migrated here. Because, like, the whole idea of Armok is that Armok is a, like, benevolent god who creates worlds and then watches them fall into destruction for his own amusement, right? Like, that's the idea of what Armok is. And, like, if the idea of Armok is a creature that creates worlds purely to watch them fall into chaos, then, I don't know, I think it makes a degree of sense that, like, the player is Armok, because that kind of fits. Trying to figure out where that other bin ended up. Well, I'll just make another one. Oh, actually, I may have gone down here. Nope. I don't know then. Certainly went somewhere. I mean, I get it, Timmy. Sometimes stupid jokes are fun. We've been told to construct certain things. Amulets times 3. Bone amulet, x3. Okay, so now this squad is back up and running. I'm going to set them to train. Although you're currently reading a book. And I'm also then going to tell them to go raid something I haven't raided before. Also, it appears that some humans who hate me have taken over this place, which is fun. Let's go to Viper Apex, which is a once militia fort, which is also a phenomenal name for a place. Time to go raid the Viper Apex. Let's also go here and go totem. Go for this one. Go here and type in totem. Go for this one. Then go here and type in totem. Then go hit that one. See where the mayor's at. See what the mayor's days look like. Probably mostly conducting meetings if I had to bet. I'll say the Musketeer, it's good to see you. In the YouTube chat. Chat, what's a stupid headcanon that you have for a game that you know isn't right or real, but you consider it like the only legitimate right way to do a thing because reasons? I'd love to know. Let's just go here. Go down to this, do this, 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 and this. Dwarf military, if you have one. Did you migrate here, I wonder? No. So everybody's in the military? So, I don't know, pick a squad, like what? Nobody's gonna be happy in this fort. You know, it's funny that people are like, the 41st millennia. I'm like, based on how old our universe is, that seems kind of old, like, young. It doesn't seem old to me. 40,000 years? It's not that long on a galactic scale. You want to be in the Mine Rock squad? Okay, well, that's Gimli, who leads the Mine Rock squad. You want a dwarf with a beard. These are the pickaxe military. Wolfest Wolf. Your dwarf may migrate here, though, because lots of dwarves have been migrating here. He's confident under pressure. What? He's confident under pressure, and he presents himself modestly and frowns on any flashy accoutrements. He often feels discouraged and is curious and eager to learn. He can sometimes act without deliberation, and he has a sense of duty. He is trusting, and he often feels envious of others, and he tends to be a little wasteful when working on projects. He has a tendency towards forming deep and emotional bonds with others, and has little interest in joking around, and is quick to form negative views about things. He doesn't cling tightly to ideas, is open to changing his mind, and he is not particularly interested in what others think of him. He tends to be passive in discussions and needs alcohol to get through the working day. He dreams of raising a family and personally thinks that the pursuit of the skills of warfare and fighting to be a low pursuit, indeed, and believes that those who sacrifice for others should be deeply respected. He sees merrymaking as a waste and does not particularly value the truth, likes calcite, aluminum, and red diamond, pear wood, and the color clear glass. Sloth leather, gems, cages, and turkeys for their wattle. And the words of the lutes of pantomiming and the sound of the glittery sparkles and the sight of the amethyst glimmer and when possible prefers to consume giant monarch butterfly, bayberry wine, and giant two-humped camel's milk, and hydroot seeds, and absolutely hates worms. You're also married to Momas, who's a glassmaker, who's currently working on a rock weapon rack. DMC2 never happened? That's how I feel about Deus Ex 2. Jason Statham plays the same character in every movie he's in. I mean, that's true. That's not even a theory. That's just a fact. Like, what? Just like Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson. His characters never have any name other than Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson, which is why he's getting progressively more insufferable as he becomes a less tolerable person in real life. Sure, I mean, there's plenty of actors like that. DMC2 never happened and is just a fever dream. I never played DMC1, so I'll just agree with you on that one. Here's one. Skyrim is bad, and here's why. I don't like it. Although, actually, my true controversial headcanon statement that I say constantly that annoys some people for some reason, and I think it's funny, is that Dark Souls games aren't RPGs, they're action-adventure games. That is all. What's funny is, like, if it's somebody who's played video games for long enough, they just kind of hear me say that and go, yeah, you're right, actually. Anyway, and then, like, if it's somebody who hasn't, they get really mad at me. And I find that one really funny. Just gonna get rid of a bunch of these that I don't actually need all that much right now. Actually, I'll just do this. Let's just go here, unforbid all these, and finish these, and then just go down to here and do this. Ah, jeez. Oh well. Also, there's nothing wrong with your favorite franchise being action-adventure games, okay? Make people angry? I don't know. Well, people act angry. I don't know if they're actually angry. It's the internet. It's hard to tell. I'm gonna go really blow my nose for realsies. I'll be right back. Elden Ring has deep lore that you can ignore 100% and just play the game murder hoboing. I mean, it's... Yeah. It's just a slow-moving action-adventure game. A mountain-sized cat joining the D&D game in the middle of the battle. Nope, I do not. Your headcanon is that the worlds were created by overgods for their pets. Sure. That checks out. Your headcanon is that Portal and Half-Life take place in the same universe. That's not a headcanon. That is canon, actually. that is just canon. As far as I know. Like, I have multiple Portal tattoos, and as far as I know, that's just canon. I think... Okay, hold on. Let's just go to you. Trousers, tunic, glove, sock shoe. Trouser, tunic, glove, sock shoe. Let's just go clothes shop. I'm going to see if just having these necromancer experiments in the fortress will make them produce enough clothing so that I don't, of their size, so that I don't need to worry about making them for the dwarves. Let's also do mittens. And cloth cloaks, because I like cloaks. And just do 45 of each. What if Half-Life 3 was Portal? Then that would be a very continuity breaking Half-Life 3, because doesn't Portal take place before Half-Life in the timeline? I don't know. I was a Portal guy and not really a Half-Life guy. I liked Half-Life 1, and I don't think I ever finished Half-Life 2. Whereas I've beaten Portal 1 and 2 multiple times, so... You don't know how long you were in storage? There's ways to figure that out, though. But I'm not going to delve into Portal lore for the sanity of everybody involved. You have to stare very closely at whiteboards in Portal 1, and then in Portal 2, I'm not actually sure. But I've seen some pretty convincing takes. That's all I'll say. Let's go here, shale. Shale, shale. And then these need to be set up so that I don't get ghosts. Well, in the credits, she says that was a joke. Haha, fat chance. When she suggests maybe he'll get a job at Black Mesa, but there's a whiteboard in Portal 1 that has a stock ticker on it, and it's average company growth and approximate value on the stock market, and it's Black Mesa kind of going like this and then dropping suddenly, and then Aperture Software kind of going like this slightly above and then shooting straight up. So probably because, you know, they released interdimensional demons into their lab. A lot of people died. It's a good time. Anyway. Same universe is not a sequel. Also, I would also say that it's hard to, like, quantify Half-Life being a... How do I word this? It's really hard to quantify Half-Life being a sequel to Portal, purely because... Or not the other way around. Portal being a sequel to Half-Life. Because Gabe Newell has stated that he regrets not actually making Half-Life 3 back when they probably could have. He said that in an interview recently. And the reason he regrets it is because most of the people who made those games no longer work for the company. And if they just made a third one, like, 10 years ago, they could have done it without too much trouble. But now they kind of can't. Yeah, he said that very recent, like, quite recently. He does a lot of weird interviews with, like, non-games press. While sitting on a yacht somewhere. And being rich, mostly. Okay, so this down here will be a Craftsdorf's Guild. Because at this point, like, just talking about Half-Life 3, there is no way they really could make it. One, it would never live up to the hype and be disappointed. To be disappointing. And two, like, the whole reason why they made Half-Life games back in the day wasn't to, like, make sequels to Half-Life. They made one as a tech demo to show off advances in technology. And they stopped making the episodes because, well, I guess they just have, like, designer... some form of designer ADHD or something where they just, like, get distracted and go work on something else because they feel like it. Because of how Valve functions, or doesn't. Depending on how you feel about Valve, I guess. And then after that, now they're in this weird position where nobody who worked on those games works there anymore. And tech doesn't really advance the same way that it used to. So... now they're just kind of in this weird spot where, like, well, they made Alex because they didn't want to make a Half-Life sequel. They didn't want to call it a Half-Life sequel. I've heard grumblings that Alex was at one point called Half-Life 3, but they couldn't, or decided not to because they were scared of how it would be received, which I get it. Well, I mean, like, when you run a studio that has no reason for you to stay on topic, it seems... kind of logical, right? Like, Valve's incentive structure to work is you get paid a decent wage and then you get paid disproportionately higher if a thing that you designed made money, which is why they just work on Counter-Strike skins and, like, money-making schemes for the games that already exist and, like, ways to make the Steam store better and ways to make the Steam store more ingrained and embedded in, like, what people, or where people purchase games is probably the way to put it, instead of, like, making games. Because if you change a Steam store feature that makes Steam sell 1 million extra copies of the game per year, you make a lot more money at Valve than if you make a game that sells 100,000 copies. You know? Like, it's logical to me. I was never a TF2 guy, so... I mean, yeah, Alex is a tech demo for VR. Well, just VR in general. Not necessarily just Steam VR, but definitely for VR in general. Okay, so we went and looted Viper X. Pathways to Nothing, what a name. Honestly, here's what I genuinely think Valve should do. Valve should just open source Half-Life 3. Or like Episode 3, rather. They should just release all of the assets and just give everybody the source code and just be like, "I'll make it. Here's Steam Workshop. Make it in Gary's mod." Best one gets officially released. Just looting books. The future of the elves. The Tree Without Limits. There's a lot of elf-related books in these forts. You know, I don't like EA Games very much. We're in an ad break, so I'll just wait here for a sec. I don't like EA Games very much. They're kind of a crappy company. But EA Games has done something this year that I genuinely think is really fucking cool, which is they released all of the source code for the old Command & Conquer games. It's just sitting there on GitHub. You can just go download it and compile it yourself. There's a lot of studios out there that are really old that are sitting on abandoned IP that I really wish would just go do that. For quite a few old IPs. And I don't mean IPs where like, oh, it's dead and it's hard to get the original games, but they're still releasing new games in their franchise. Like, you know, I don't ever expect them to do that with Need for Speed because they still put out Need for Speed games occasionally, you know? But like for dead franchise, like actually properly dead franchises, that don't have any real value on a market like that anymore, and then when they have tried to do things with it, it just fails miserably. There's a couple of franchises out there that I really wish they would just let people port it. Like, you know, you could release your bad official port and nobody will buy it, or you could just port it. Just let people port it. They'll do it for you. Now we're talking headcanons. I mean, I had a cannon that shot heads once called the head cannon in Gary's mod, so we're halfway there. Now we're just living on a prayer. Sorry, the company of mining is a metalsmith guild? That's not even remotely confusing. The company is going to do public company things. Yeah. I mean, I had a sad moment at a bar a couple weeks ago because we were talking about things from our childhood that we'll never get back. And I'm like, I'm never going to get another SSX game. I'm never going to get like another arcadey snowboarding game that I actually want to play from like EA Games. And even if they did make one, I wouldn't want to play it because it would just be a microtransaction riddled like live service MMO. I'm looking at you, Steep and Riders Republic. That's all. Like what? I live walking distance from EA Games Metalhead, which is the studio that makes the Super Mega Baseball games and does support work on NHL, I think. And like, I just want to walk over there and just like shout at them and just be like, please, bitch, just no more again. Like, Super Mega Baseball aren't great games, but they might be the coolest thing that EA actually makes because it's just an arcadey baseball game. No, of course I can still play SSX Tricky on an emulator, but I want a new one! Sorry, I can't do a very good Veronica Salt right now. My nose is plugged. But, like, come on! Your first waifu? When did you get the divorce? Snow was kind of fun. Yeah, snow was kind of fun, I guess. I like Tricky Madness, but that's an indie project that's going to update once every 6 months, maybe. It's definitely an indie passion project. You forget to make clothes? Do your dwarves forget to stop killing each other when they go nuts? Due to lack of clothes? Pew, 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 pew. Two more blocks in here to plump in. How's the value of this sucker doing? 1,000. Well, I gotta increase the value of this a little bit. This kind of looks like a busted jack-o'-lantern. Well, music's moddable, so, I mean, they'd have to redo it. Like, they can't just use the original music, right, Ern? If you go to the workshop, there's several mods that just add in all of the old music alongside of the new stuff. So I'd recommend just go grabbing those, if you would like that. It's like the least effective mod, or like the least offensive mod you could possibly install for Dwarf. I do miss Cobalt March sometimes. That was a pretty good song. So my forge is right there. I'm gonna put the Metalsmith's Guild back here. Maybe above it. Let's put it above it. Yeah, let's put it above it. I thought there was just this weird sound effect that I'd never heard in Dwarf Fortress before for a second there. It was somebody hitting their brakes outside and they were squeaking. I was like, what the hell is that sound? Genuinely concerned me for a moment. Polyweavery is permitted. I'm just making an egg yolk. Don't mind me. Go cluck in a different direction. You missed the Danger Room song? I mean, sure. But like I said, just go grab it then. If you miss it, just keep listening to it. Yeet. How are you, Hobo? How's things, man? My allergies are apparently not good. They're apparently pretty bad. And they're sticking around, and I'm not okay with this. I don't know. I've never had problems with pollen allergies before. I grew up in a forest that was surrounded by like 1 trillion fruit trees. So this is new to me. I am not sure. I will let you know when I figure it out. My older sister like died every spring and then got resurrected around midsummer when I was growing up. And as far as I know, she has no problems with allergies now. So I don't know. This is a new experience for me. Yeah, I think that's just my curse in life, Bird Bones, is I had very few of the same problems that my older sisters had when I was younger. Like, I had a penicillin allergy, and that's like it. And not even a major one, just like a mild one. And both of my sisters developed, like, either crazy allergies to things or, like, other bodily problems or various autoimmune disorders in their, like, younger lives. And then me as an adult, I'm just, like, slowly getting every single problem that they've either grown out of or have had to deal with their whole life as an adult. It's like, this is just my curse, I guess. Okay, who wrote the metal song This Is My Curse? That's not Treyu, is it? Shit. Somebody help me out here. I could figure it out in a few seconds if I went and looked it up. Is that Kill Switch? That sounds right, actually. Anyway, I guess that's my curse. Speaking of my curses, also like associating every sentence in the English language with a random metal song that I can never remember the name of. And this will be my Metalsmith's Guild. Which I will accept. What bands? I don't know. I need a sentence that reminds me of a song. Wait. God, I wish it was as fun as a video game like Pokemon. How I got necromancer experiments in my forts. This is an old world, and I've been exploring abandoned temples and fortresses, and I keep finding old prisoners. If I go to these necromancer experiments, they're all listed as former members of other factions, and most of them are former slaves of the sensitive confederacies. I could open actually Legends Viewer and look at who the sensitive confederacies were, but the sensitive confederacies, as far as I can tell, doesn't exist anymore. I can't find them anywhere. Like, there's no sites that I've found that are operated by whomever that was or is. So either it's like an unnamed civilization that runs a tower somewhere, or it's something else, but they're all former slaves, and they seem to be scattered around in temples. So as I'm stealing books for my rapidly expanding library with 149 books in it, I'm also acquiring random former slaves. This is vanilla content, so that's how that happened. I have not played an actual Pokemon game for more than 15 minutes of my life. Romanoid. We had this discussion the other day, but the only Pokemon game I've ever played for more than a couple of minutes was Pokken Tournament, which I spent an afternoon playing. This is probably your favorite fort this year. Oh, just like engagement-wise for what's going on in it? It's certainly interesting. It's definitely much more interesting than the last one. Yeah, I mean, it's just Tekken with Pokemon characters is all Pokken is. Do more books in the library? Dwarves can read a book once, and that gives them a happy thought. So the more books you have in the library, the more times dwarves can get happy thoughts from reading the books. That's what it does. And it also can teach them songs and poems sometimes. So all these books that I'm stealing, and some of them are also our artifacts. We've gotten a few totems and a few other artifacts. And I think there was a named scepter in there. From these locations. Plus, libraries are badass. I wasn't expecting this to be a library fort, but I'm going to have to expand this library with how many books are in it. I'm going to have to make a big-ass library in here. The Art of the Goblins. It's just a bunch of scribbles. Actually, the Art of the Goblins is just a picture book drawn entirely by Haas. Shoutouts to Haas. I don't have any visitors in my fortress. That's how I keep them from running off with my books. You don't. Don't allow visitors in your library is how you stop them from running off. But generally, I just don't allow visitors in my fortress, Linux. Your friends were shocked when you told them that you never played a Pokemon game. Personally, it just never interested you. I think there was a very important moment of my life when I was a little kid. I saved my Christmas money for a year and a half, I think. It was my Christmas and my birthday money, so like over an 8-month period or something. And then I bought a Game Boy Advance SP. And I'd played Game Boys before, and I played Game Boy Color games before, and I had a very important choice that I could make. I could buy a Pokemon game, I couldn't even tell you which one it was, pack-in, copy, or I could buy a copy of Legend of Zelda Minish Cap. Now, Legend of Zelda Minish Cap, the game and the Game Boy, was $119. The Pokemon one was $129. The reason the Pokemon one was slightly more expensive was because it included a colored version of the Game Boy, like it was a limited edition version of the Game Boy or something, so it was slightly more expensive. And I decided to buy Legend of Zelda because then I could go and also buy 4 used games instead of 3 used games. So I bought Legend of Zelda Minish Cap, Fire Emblem Sacred Stones, a Star Wars game that was not great, and I can't remember what the other one was. Oh, Advanced Wars 2, which was phenomenal. So, those are my options. It was like Legend of Zelda or Pokemon, and I was like undecided on Pokemon, and was like, I've played Legend of Zelda before, I'll do that. And I honestly think that was a very decisive moment in my childhood. Amber Lilac is also a good name. I'm just gonna keep going after Viper Apexes because my god, there's so many books there. And this entire library is just full of dwarves. Birth of the Serpent. What a book name. Or I'll just sit here reading them. Let's follow this dwarf, though, who's doing a strange mood. And you stopped moving. You need rough gems. Oh, we may actually be out of rough gems. Let's see. Yep, we're out of rough gems. Oh, that's the edge of the map. Huh. Oh man, that could infinitely flood the fort. Right there. Oh, that's pretty cool, actually. But this is actually, now that I think about it, an infinite source of water. I'm gonna have to use this. Like 100% I'm gonna use this. We'll do something with that for sure. Do something with power here. And then another thing I'm going to do, which I just saw, which is this. It's priority 1. I don't mind through these. Was deciding to get Dark Souls and Oblivion based on game cases, and the little booklet inside of the cases, and you missed that experience of reading a game cover multiple times on the way home and then discovering the game you didn't know could exist. No, I know what you mean. One of those moments for me probably was finding one of those moments for me was finding or purchasing, I guess, a copy of Mountain Blade, the first game, for $1. Oh man, did I accidentally make you get the cheaper diamonds? Damn it! Damn it. Damn it. Damn it. Damn it. Damn it. Oh well. Why are you dizzy? Oh. Gloomy after being out in the sunshine again. Typical. That was the value of this up here. Not good enough. Can work on it, though. I mean, I've told this story more times than I can remember on stream, but the way that I got Mountain Blade, I think, is kind of very much a time and place thing. I went into Zellers, which no longer exists, and asked my mom if I could buy a game or a DVD, because there was I want to say it was $1 DVD bin at Zellers, and my mom was like, yeah, sure, just nothing violent. Was I think what she said. I was like, okay. So I went and I started digging through, and I found Mountain Blade. I still have that box somewhere. Found it while I was moving, but I haven't found it since I've moved. And grabbed it and showed it to my mom, and she looks at it and goes, yeah, that looks fine. And brought it up to the till, and the lady at the till looks at it and rings it up and says, sorry, this game isn't in our system, so it's defaulting. And my mom goes, okay, what does that mean? She says, well, we can only charge you a penny for it. Is that okay? So I got a copy of Mountain Blade legitimately for a penny. And I lost a summer to that game. I've also told this story before, Servagent. It wasn't my mom's fault. It was pressure from her mom. My parents just didn't know anything about video games and just kind of followed ratings. But was only strict about they were only strict about it because of my grandma. So don't feel bad. It's fine. Besides, any games I wasn't allowed to legally buy, I just went and stole anyways. So if anything, I don't think it was a positive thing. Like, you know, I just would, you know, I'd figure out ways. Also, if my parents hadn't been strict with games, I never would have started smuggling games onto my hard drive via my 512 megabyte MP3 player with a USB stick. That was just a USB stick. I would never have put my headphones in and pretended to listen to music all the way to my friend's and or cousin's house so that I could then take the cracked copies that they'd put onto their computers and loaded them file by file. Even if they were too big, it would take me multiple weeks at times to successfully smuggle games into my house because I didn't have internet access, because our internet was bad. So I got Halo that way. I got Age of Empires 3 that way and then later bought it. I got StarCraft that way. I got... What was the name of that game? Fuck. Dark something. No. The game what the people who made Warframe made before they made Warframe with the glaive. What was that Dark Sector? No. Whatever that game was. I got Crysis that way. I got Grand Theft Auto San Andreas that way. But the reason that I actually thank them for making me do that is because alongside of getting those games, I also got like NetHack and Angband and ADOM and Moria and Rogue and a bunch of other random open source games and games that had been in Doom the Roguelike, because I could fit like 12 of them on that. Was it Dark Sector? Okay, well I played that game because I could fit like a dozen of them on a USB stick. More than that even. Especially if I played in ASCII. Volbok and Metal Golem. Logem, probably. The planter has created Noglesh Lectad, a shale bracelet, and offers it to the Abyssal Torch. Yay! Sorry, my adventurers are finally asking to join. This is a shield bracelet. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is studded with pig iron and encircled with bands of single-cut milk quartzites. This object is adorned with hanging rings of shale. On the item is an image of dwarves in shale. The dwarves are traveling. The artwork relates to the foundation of Filthhammer by the Abyssal Torch of the Hammers of Dance in the early spring of 1059. That is cool. I'm very happy about that. I'm going to give that to my mayor. And also, Snail is one of my bears, is it not? Yes, it is. Congratulations, Snail. You are now a member of the fortress. You're also... Ooh. You're also going to be my captain of the Bear Guards. And I'm also going to remove you from mining. And lastly, I'm going to grab this and give you that. And you're going to begin training. I'm going to call it the Fork of Law. The Fork of Law. Where is his armor? Currently, she doesn't have any armor equipped. But she'll need to go grab it from down below. I made some in a previous fort. You made like $100 that day? Hell yeah! Rolling with the burned copies of video games that you definitely had the right to sell. There we go. Look at that. Chat, you guys answer Vukruk's question because I've answered it about a dozen times today so far. It's like, well, when mommy necromancer experiment and daddy necromancer experiment love each other very much. Clicked off for a moment, and the Twitch video player also died and had to restart. That's wild. That seems like a problem. if I had to imagine. Simply put, I'm saving prisoners from temples that are abandoned. This is what happens when you play really old worlds. Yeah, hopefully it was some one-off weirdness. I had some one-off weirdness when I was... Well, actually, I managed to make my computer crash because I was rendering a video, watching a YouTube video, and then decided it would be a good idea to start moving files from one place to another. My computer crashed. I was like, oops. It is kind of fascinating, yeah. It's something I'm going to have to explain to people a dozen times. Although I'm actually kind of surprised nobody's asked me what mod it is yet. But no, it's just a very interesting interaction that I've never encountered before. Excuse me. Oh, shit, we're in an ad break still. Pause it. Being the first kid on the bus with a CD burner had its perks. Yeah. I believe it. I used to copy or photocopy my comics and sell them when I was a little kid. Sold a couple of copies of Spider-Man to a kid I knew. But I don't think I ever made $100 in a day selling burned CD copies of Black and White. Person in YouTube chat apparently made a bunch of money as a kid selling burned copies of Black and White.
Thanks for the stream.
No problem, dude. Thanks for tuning in to said stream. Massmarass. Your experiment is still alive and still grumpy about being experimented on, probably. And thank you very much for the 14th month, dude. Chat, can I get a round of beers for the 14 months from Massmarass? We'll just use shale then. One beer for each month. That's a lot of beers, man. Or maybe not many beers. As long as you're drinking them once a month as you acquire them instead of simultaneously, that's not too bad. I do find this behavior very bizarre. I have adventurers that are just permanently hauling around the first item they've picked up. Like, this bear is permanently walking around with this mug in their hand. But, like, I'm not sure why. Like, there's no real super logical reason for why they're doing that. And it's really kind of perplexing me. He wants honey mead? I don't think that's how the game works, though. But I like the idea. I like this one. It is mine. He's just keeping it in his pocket. Or she's just keeping it in her pocket. Rock mug. Let's just make 10 more. I want this dwarf to join the fort, please. Let's see what gems we cut. It's all just gonna be milk quartz. It's glued to his honey-covered hands. Maybe it is glued to her hand because, like, they don't exactly have fingers, so I'd imagine gripping things would be rather difficult. Let's go back to Viper Apex. Just clearing this place out because there's so much stuff here. This is an old dwarf fortress. An old dwarven fortress is the place that we're repeatedly raiding right now and taking books from. To her bare hands, her bare paws, I think, is probably what we should be saying. Also, if anybody feels the itch, name something is available for claiming. Also, enemy is correct. Would you like a male dwarf or a lady dwarf? Enemy. The sea foretells afterward. What a strange title of a thing. Man, there's so much stuff here. I'm just going to send them and tell them to free captives belonging to any civilization. And then I will also start up another mission and just tell them to, like, do everything else. But I'm just going to wait a little bit. Anyone? Okay. Happiest unnamed dwarf is Udil. Udil is often filled with joy, is very impolite and inconsiderate of property, is somewhat uncomfortable around those that appear and usually live differently from himself. He is trusting and he's not particularly interested in what others think of him. He likes to brawl and he tends to think before acting. He tends to avoid crowds, and I think you're either in a... Yes, you are in a military squad. He's not particularly interested in what others think of him, and he likes to brawl and he tends to think before acting. He tends to avoid crowds, and he sometimes acts with little determination and confidence, and occasionally can overindulge. Dreams of raising a family, and personally sees freedom and independence as completely worthless, and doesn't care about art one way or another. He likes bismuth, bronze, and onyx, and giant platypus leather, giant mink parchment, and the color sepia, coffins and flaxen lilac, and the sound of the flaxen lilac and the sight of the indigo aquamarine when possible prefers to consume duratha and turnip plants and lychee wine, and absolutely hates blood gnats. And welcome to the fort. Tripped and landed in the tree branch conveniently as the tree branch grew out of the ground. And I'm just gonna go here and make an office. Oopsies, not multi, just an office. Just gonna go to my captain of the guard, my bear. And down here is gonna be a dining hall. And, ooh. Let's go right here. I missed a tile as well. I saw that. This will be my bedroom for the captain of the guard. I'm also going to go into here, and I'm going to go armor stand and armor stand. Oops, that's a terrible spot for that. Van Ori, thanks for the 10-pack. It's very kind of you. Reaching 400. Holy shit. Thank you so much, dude. Chat, can I get a big round of beers? For Van Ori. Helping keep the channel funded. Alongside of a lot of other people who've been very generous today, so thank you so much. It's going all right. I mean, today's the last stream before I vanish for a week and hide in the editing chamber, and hopefully also sort out these allergies by then. Ugh. Yeah, no, I'm things are pretty good. Things are pretty good. It's been a solid week. No complaints. But yeah, thank you so much. I kind of thought things were done today after the big hype trainer. We had kind of a crazy hype train at the start of the stream, so I kind of presumed that we were going to be kind of quiet for the rest of the stream, but I greatly appreciate that. It means a lot. Seriously. Can I throw gems into here? Dwarven Mango! Thanks for the 5th month. Welcome back. You missed the hype train, damn. It was kind of a nutty one. Like, kind of a nutty one. But, you know, there will likely be a next time. Whenever that may be. Your RNG was wild during the hype train giveaways. Yeah, no, I mean, you won 2 things. Hopefully they arrive swiftly. Right, Snail is now satisfied with their space and stuff. And apparently my mayor wants another chest, so I will give them another chest. And Josh, my other bear, would like to join the Abyssal Torch as a citizen of Filthhammer, who's also going to be my next bear cop squad member. Who's also hauling a mug, which I, again, think is funny. Except you are going to get a different weapon. Oh, no, you just went and equipped it. That's exactly the weapon I wanted you to equip. How did you know? The abyss, the giant primeval great axe. Which has the ability to cause blindness. So don't piss off the... I'm kind of, like, expecting the police in this fortress to be brutal. As in, like, if you commit a crime here and you get convicted, you just explode. That's kind of what I'm expecting from this fort. Smarter than the average bearman? Or the average Batman, for that matter. Need to be full-on Jack Reacher? Yeah, kind of. Yeah, kind of. I'm kind of hoping that this dwarf was trying to join the fortress. This is my adventurer who led the 2 bears here. And because you were just sleeping in the mayor's office, I'm really hoping you go to ask to join next. Nope, you're going to go harvest plants instead. Well, that's great. this ever finish? Nope. That's all shale. Except for the cert at the end. Cthulhu Dancing, thank you very much for the gifted subscription. You're very kind. Thank you. Oh, those are floors. I need walls. That should probably bump the value up enough. What's a good weekend breakfast? I'm kind of like a scrambled eggs and toast weekend breakfast kind of guy. I don't generally eat scrambled eggs and toast, but if it's like a weekend or like a weekend that I feel like is worth kind of pretending I'm celebrating something, even though I usually am not, that's a scrambled eggs kind of thing. I guess we finally, or rather we've cleared out that place. There's definitely no prisoners there. So we're going to send these guys here and see if we can find some individuals down there. Cayenne pepper? Yeah. A little bit of salt. Sweet. That's that done. You should go train. Something that's weird about these Bearman adventurers is they tend to walk really slowly. Like, ridiculously slow. Oh, this is interesting. You're also friends with the Necromancer experiment. Mass Morass. Oh, that's nifty. Basil? Basil's good on most things. Basil's kind of like garlic for me, where it's like, yeah, no, I will put basil on whatever I can legally put basil on. Can I make you into a librarian? I guess I can, probably, right? Nope, I cannot. I'll just get you to hang around and read. You seem to like reading. You're down there meditating on longevity. Basil and black pepper and everything. Black pepper I'll agree with you on, yeah. Okay, so you have a bed assigned, yet you're not using it. Oh, it's probably okay. I know why. I was trying to figure out why nobody's using beds. Sleep in barracks at need, sleep in room at will. I have to do that for everybody, I think, right? Seeing a lot of dwarves randomly sleeping on floors, it's like, at the very least, sleep in your dormitory. And then I should also make a dormitory and attach it to this, but I don't actually have a proper barracks yet. I should make a proper barracks up here, because that would be fitting. So this is a little bit perplexing to look at because of the scale of things. It's actually there. So 5 and 4, so this will be 5. And then we'll do this, this, and this. And this. Thanks for being around to be gifted a sub. Appreciate you, dude. Actually, you guys are just going to be set to constant training. It's frustrating after considering the scarcity of cages. Let's also check cloth rarity. Let's make silk ropes. Silk rope 20. And my prison. Ooh. Where should the prison go? I feel like the prison should be up here. Connected to a room up here. I mean, I learn something every couple streams as well, too. Turns out that's not a viewer exclusive feature of this channel. I know exactly how I'm going to build the entrance to this now. I hadn't decided yet, and the one I'm kind of using is sort of temporary. What I'm going to do is I'm going to do a ramp up to here, a ramp down there, and then one layer up, I'll just ramp out of the fort. So I have a ramp going down and in the fort, across here, down into here. Then I could have like a ramp going up into here over here as well. So essentially the dwarves training over here could just see things coming in that way. So if something problematic runs in, they'll just run over there and stab it to death. Which, hell yeah. Also, I talk about so many mechanics in this game. Which one are you referring to today? If I can ask. Because I was just babbling about stuff in this game fast enough that I completely missed which one you were referring to. The bedrooms and squads one? Right. I mean, to be fair, I forget about that one. Or I forget about that one. I forget about that one quite often. Because I've been leaving them on ready. Like, they do other tasks when they're set to ready, but they keep their gear equipped. So when I'm doing that, they're not sleeping in beds. Well, most of the squads are set to ready, not all of them. Just most of them. I will also say this fortress has expanded way more rapidly than I was expecting it to. Was not expecting this fortress to expand so rapidly. Was very much expecting this one to be a bit more of a slow burn, but Also into early spring, and I kind of don't like the location of this so much. What to think about this? I think maybe just move it a few tiles south, probably. It's the most, I think, like, probably the most obscure ones are, like, actually quite widely talked about. Because, like, you're asking, like, what's the most obscure mechanic I was surprised existed? And I think, like, it's, like, chat, what is that bug that everybody talks about, that everybody's used to bringing up and asking if it's still a thing? Well, it's cats, like, wiping stuff off of themselves and giving themselves baths. Probably that. Because I didn't know that was a bug that was discovered during a period of time when I wasn't playing the game. So probably that. But that's probably, like, too easy and not really in the spirit of the question. This is very much an older version of the game thing. But the day that I realized that you could hit a hotkey and then expand zones to meet up with the walls instead of having to, like, because, like, making zones used to be a lot more tedious with the keyboard and much slower. But there used to be a hotkey that you just click a center thing and then hit plus or minus on the numpad, and it would just, like, expand the zone to the walls automatically. It was like a flow fill tool, basically, that I had no idea existed. That kind of blew my mind. But if you mean, like, maybe more under the hood type mechanic? I would say, like, mechanic that genuinely surprised me. Here's one. I had and I don't even know if this is intended, but it happened. In a relatively recent fort, it also ended up being in a video. I can't remember which one. Jack can probably remember better than me. But I had a mining, or not mining, a trader caravan appear on the map, walk into the fortress and start trading, and then my dwarves, suddenly I gained 2 population, and I looked at the population count, like the listing of who was in the fort, and the last 2 migrants that I gained were actually soldiers that were a part of the caravan, essentially indicating that, and the reason they'd become members of my fortress was because they'd had a kid. So essentially, if there are friendly characters that are on your map that are not part of your faction that have a kid on the map, then they become part of your faction. That blew my mind when that happened. Because, 1, I had never even contemplated that. 2, how the fuck what? Does the game even account for that, or is that just like a happenstance of, like, unintended mechanics manipulating each other? That blew my mind. I mean, Jesus in YouTube chat. Not trying to mock YouTube chat here, but YouTube chat's kind of the lurker chat. And personally, I would focus on YouTube chat more if the views are more consistent, right? Over here on Twitch, on a bad day, I have 170 people watching. On a good day, I have 300, 250. On YouTube, on a good day, I have like 200. On a bad day, which is the vast majority, I have less than 70. It wavers wildly based on recommendations and how many people tune in. And on Twitch, my average view retention is an hour plus. On YouTube, my streams, the average view retention is less than 20 minutes. YouTube is designed to make you go watch the next thing that you see that looks flashy. Twitch is designed to build a community, which the platform is not designed for the exact types of streams that I do, for the frequencies that I do them, so I prioritize the platforms accordingly. And because of how I prioritize the platforms, that makes the platforms either suffer or do well. So, you know. Anvil baby. You know, honestly, I prefer anvil babies because anchors don't really exist in Dwarf, which is better than saying hammer babies. Although, that being said, YouTube, thanks for the 100 likes. Appreciate ya. Cleaning out my emails while I'm in an ad break here. Well, no, the parents and the kids both became members of the fortress, right? Hung like an exile? So it's not that, like, they're just saying good luck. It's the parents also became members of the fortress. So I suddenly just had 2 high-skilled soldiers that were fully geared in my fort walking around. I was very confused. Called Offhand Baby, where you fight while carrying a 5-pound bag of flour with a balloon on its head. And if you fail, you're unalived, or the balloon pops. You know, my one true interaction with the SCA, aside from being, like, forced to go to one of their camps, well, not really forced, aside from going to one of their camps once, which wasn't a great time, because the weather was just terrible. It was just way too hot, was back when I used to help build haunted houses as part of a charity group. Well, not a charity group, as part of a sports team that would raise money via this haunted house. You build like a room, and your community group or whatever would get a portion of the revenue that the haunted house made. And this, to put it simply, their idea of making a haunted house was just like, this is a room with 2 zombie knights dueling that then chase you out of the room. So there was like a headless knight, and then there was like a knight that like had a very big bludgeon wound on his head, and they would go, hurrah! And then chase kids out of the room into the next room. It was kind of great. Because, like, you know, they have all that stuff. They just have suits of armor and shit lying around. Like, what are you going to do? Okay, like, get a bunch of, like, medieval enactment society people to, like, build a haunted house. What are they going to do? All right, well, we got knights. So, scare children. Good times. That was a fun event. It was also, like, kind of ominous because you could hear them, like, on the other end of the haunted house, just like, thwang, twang, smack. And then occasionally we get quiet for a bit and it'd be like, all right, well, I guess there's nobody in the room right now, or they're taking a break. We need Black Plague zombies. Wait, zombies that spread the Black Plague? Oh, that seems pretty brutal. We have 222 books, chat. I'm starting to wonder, how many books is enough? Correct. I mean, I am playing Dwarf Fortress, so that is an accurate monarchy. Can you have a bear? Both of the bears have been named. I could give you an actual bear, though. Like this one. Or this one. Or this one. Or this one. So as long as you don't want one of the bear people, because they're both named. It's impossible to know how many hours you have on a game that you played for about 10 years before it released on Steam. For over 10 years before it released on Steam. So I first installed Dwarf Fortress in 2009, And Steam didn't release until 2022, so I've God knows how many. Thousands of hours. So, Nakaris, is this okay? Yes or no? Thumbs up? Or would you like a dwarf? Or something else? I am using DF Hack. Just because I don't have the overlay enabled doesn't mean I'm not using it. And I have nothing in regards to the automation enabled because I don't see the point. I find it just kind of plays the game for me, and that sucks. And there isn't really any bug fixes in DF Hack. It's more like just menu shortcuts and in-game automations, which I think are kind of awful. So, I mean, to each their own. Can we name him Winnie? Sure. Winnie! The poo. Never falls in love or develops positive feelings toward anything. Well, that's not very Winnie-ish. Tends to avoid crowds and has a greedy streak, is very humble and can handle stress. Likes to keep things practical without delving too deeply into the abstract, and tends to hang on to grievances. Is quite comfortable with others that have a different appearance or culture. And I'm just going to pretend that he likes honey. Welcome to the fort. Although I didn't start streaming Dwarf Fortress until about 2018, Chris. Late 2018. I just played the game on and off on my own time up until that point. Barrel wisps. No, I don't. Because it's not a sufficient answer in regards to DF Hack. Isn't sending more dwarves better? Not necessarily. Because I've got multiple squads, and I've kind of got them set up as different skill sets. One is just the go collect the items squad, and then the other one is go hunt for prisoners squad. So, isn't sending more better? Sure, certainly. But depends on what you're trying to do. What's your intended outcome? Long Death is the one you're thinking of, Burton, in YouTube chat. That fort I played for like 1,600 hours. Ish. So sad you can. It's so sad you can make mega beasts by normal means part of your fortress. Spend rough. Why is that sad? What? I mean, mega beasts are kind of supposed to be like a one-off thing that it's like crazy that you run into them. I don't know why it's sad. If you want more mega beasts in your world, like if that's the problem, just adjust your world gen settings so you have more mega beasts. Like if that's the issue, just make more. Or make a world with more, rather. There's a reason I play Dwarf Fortress, hung like an exile, is there really isn't any other game that scratches the same itch as Dwarf Fortress. Like, there are some games that, like, do an okay job of like emulating the feeling, but there really isn't anything like Dwarf Fortress, which is why I like it so much. I mean, Songs of Six doesn't really have much simulation going on under the hood. It's a solvable like puzzle almost of a game that I talked about it at length the other day, so I don't feel like doing it again. I mean, there's like the obvious ones to point out, which are, you know, there's CDDA, there are games like Stationeers, there's games like Space Station 13, there's games like Caves of Cud, but they're all trying to do very different things. Like Dwarf Fortress is kind of unique because of how Dwarf Fortress does the things that it does. There are games that have similarly convincing levels of depth, but they're trying to achieve different goals and going about it different ways. So I think the reason I find this game so compelling is because nothing really feels like it. Like I know a lot of people like to point at RimWorld and be like, well, RimWorld's a very deep game that's hard to learn. Sure, certainly. But so is Skyrim if you mod the shit out of it. Like it's trying to do very different things. It's trying to get very different things out of its player base. It's trying to make you learn different skills and play the game in a way that it wants you to play it. Dwarf Fortress is just this very open, kind of weird sandbox that you could play forever. Similarly to how like Aurora 4X in theory is a game that you could kind of just play indefinitely. But like, again, I don't think it's anything like Dwarf Fortress because what it's doing is completely different. How it's trying to achieve that is completely different, and the way it goes about achieving that is completely different. So there really isn't anything quite like Dwarf Fortress. There's just games that market themselves because they're trying to be like Dwarf Fortress. And Dwarf Fortress just kind of holds a special place in my heart for that reason. And I stream this game as much as I do because I like it. It helps that I am lucky enough to be one of the fortunate ones out there who, you know, had people find the stuff that I do with this game and support me to the point where I can just kind of play this game for a living. Not many people end up in that fortunate situation, but I'm one of the lucky ones. So yep, Emperor Iron's completely correct. Not a fan of the top-down format. Fair enough. I unfortunately encounter a lot of people like that. But, you know, that goes back to the old school saying that Zach and Tarn used to say all the time. Although I do honestly think that this saying kind of did more damage to the game than not, which is people who play Dwarf Fortress are the beta testers for Dwarf Fortress, and people who are actually experiencing Dwarf Fortress are the people reading about Dwarf Fortress and the stories that the people who are playing Dwarf Fortress are writing. I do think that there's probably some semblance of truth to that, but at the same time, like, it kind of bums me out that that's such a common take, because I think that Dwarf Fortress is genuinely a special game that a lot more people would enjoy if they just gave it a chance, but they don't, so. Just gonna make iron stuff. Currently making other material stuff is just taking too much time. Yeah, I mean, Dwarf Fortress is the only game that I've ever played where I can spend 11 hours just basically in what this game's equivalent of the character creator is, generating worlds and then reading the history and never actually playing the game. You know, it's, or even like, I guess, starting the game, I guess, if you want to consider that. It's the only game that I've ever played where I've talked to my older sister about it, and then she's picked up the free version and played it, but the way she played it was using it as a template to generate D&D worlds for her tabletop games. Or tabletop worlds, I guess, for her RP games. So, you know, it is a specific type of game for a specific kind of person, and it's one that's really grabbed me over the years. And the more I play of it, the more I want to play it. And unlike a lot of games where the more I play of it, the more I go, man, this sucks. which is unfortunately a thing that happens to me kind of a lot these days. So it's like really windy. And there's a vent in my bathroom that goes to the outside. And like you can hear cars driving by outside when you're in my bathroom and you're listening. And I can hear like that vent, like the top of it getting blown back and forth right now. It's kind of wild actually. Maybe I should go look. Maybe I should go look at that upstairs, going to the roof after the stream. But I will also say that that old saying that Zach and Tarn used to say kind of stopped being relevant and or valid, or current, I guess is maybe the better way to put it, when Premium released. Because the number of people that were actively playing this game went from like, you know, a couple thousand to like tens of thousands. It's no longer like your favorite programmer's favorite video game. It's now like actually a lot of people's favorite video games, so. Certainly for me, it's up there with like, you know, Civ and maybe like, it's certainly up there with Civ and Mountain Blade for games I would take onto a desert island. And probably my first choice for game I would take onto a desert island. Let's see how those last two sieges went. Viper X is one that we keep repeatedly going to. Do I stream Mountain Blade? No, because the community kept telling me about how all of the detailed information about how terrible Mountain Blade Bannerlord was, and it kind of ruined the game for me. Otherwise, I probably would have streamed quite a bit of it. Instead, I only streamed about 15 hours of it and said, fuck this shit, it's not worth the annoyance. Covered from a mass casualty event to get invaded by a were-chameleon. What other game can put you through those series of words together? I mean, not many games have were-chameleons for one thing, but certainly. I love Mountain Blade. I hate the community for Mountain Blade. It's almost as toxic as the Stalker community, and that's like saying something. Okay, so this is the one that I'm actually curious about. Same monastery, Feral Wisps, that I haven't gone to before. So if there's prisoners here, there's a chance that we'll... Nope, I don't think there's any prisoners in that one. Let's go to another one I haven't gone to before. Clobbered Papers, I think we went to. Smile Hug! Sorry, that's a funny name. Let's just let you do anything. Then send the rest of them down to Feral Wisps. See, here's the problem, Emperor Iron. If you're playing a multiplayer game, you have to deal with its community, right? If you're streaming a single-player game, you have to acknowledge its community, especially when you have a not small audience like I do. And if I find the people who are actively talking about that game in my chat to be annoying or difficult to deal with, it makes the game significantly less enjoyable. And I know that it's like an irrational, silly thing, and it's something that shouldn't bother me, and it generally doesn't. But it can certainly make the game less pleasant to play. Sure, we'll send the 2 pairs out. Why not? No, it's very true. I mean, like, and honestly, when it comes to me, like, there are games that I will play off stream that I enjoy quietly that, like, I will never stream publicly. You know, I learned this the hard way with RTS games a long time ago. We're getting told repeatedly that, lol, you're terrible at something makes me enjoy it less. And I'm, unfortunately, I guess in this case, not the kind of streamer who's going to just say, okay, I'm terrible, and then just not look at chat. Right? Like, there are plenty of streamers who are absolutely fine being bad at a thing and being told repeatedly that they're bad at a thing because they just never read their chat, right? They either have 4 people on voice chat and laugh, or they just don't read their chat. And I'm not that kind of person. I like to interact with my chat. So because I like to do that, I run into this problem where if it's a game that I'm terrible at, that I know that I'm terrible at, one of 2 things starts to happen, which is either people give me advice on how to improve, which is fine to a point and after a while gets frustrating. But if I don't improve, then it just gets extremely frustrating for me. Because like, yeah, I know kind of thing. Or you just get mocked. And even if it's something where you are slowly improving, often what'll end up happening if in a lot of these games is longer term members of the community will just tune in and mock you. Like, I streamed all of Call of Pripyat, and the number of times I was called a pansy slur for not, you know, playing with the misery mod on, or a slur, moronic slur, for not playing Stalker Gamma, instead playing a bad beta version of the game. The number of times that set uttered in my chat made me stop playing it. Like, I never finished it on stream. Recruit's been found dead. Not even sure why. What? Did you do it? No. Weird. Wild. What happened? Giant Cody did. Huh. A giant Cody just killed this dwarf. Huh. I'm not going to say it because I'd rather not, like, get my Twitch account banned. So, you know. Or just, I'd rather not say it. It's not a principle. Like, one is the R word that gets thrown around in that community a lot. Did she get mugged? By a Cody, apparently. Or this dwarf got mugged. He got mugged. And also stole their sock. So yeah, no, there's just some things that aren't worth doing. There's plenty of things out there that I can just go enjoy on my own time. So, you know, it's the reason some channels just have sub-only mode on too. Squat's coming back. See about smiling hug. Smile hug. I mean, here's the reality, right? The stalker community is totally fine if you're really good at shooters and play the game exactly the way they want you to. Or if you're better at ignoring people than me. Which, I'll be honest, I'm not great at it. But when making them takes a lot of time, it usually becomes a mess. I don't always use burrows. Dwarves tend to stick around areas where their tasks are, right? So like if you don't want your dwarves on the surface, well, don't have any tasks that actively require them going to the surface. I do have burrows, and I've been slowly making them in case we get attacked, but it's off right now and has been off for most of this fortress. The difference between my tutorials and now with burrows is like when you click this button, you can just do multiple layers at a time, so that's kind of massive, actually. Like, you know, I don't worry too much about burrows. Like, you only really need them in extremely vile, evil biomes, and this is a terrifying biome, and I haven't agitated the surface, so We're pretty okay, aside from the giant Cody that stole that dwarf's sock and killed them for it. But that's just kind of funny, honestly. The usual madness for Dwarf Fortress, then? I mean, a little bit more so than normal. I mean, look at this. Look at this, man. I have like half a dozen of these guys, maybe more. Little bit abnormal madness. A 200-year dwarf fort with no burrows, so don't worry about it. Yeah, people, I think, especially the wiki, over-relies on the value and importance of burrows. Also, we just got another migrant wave. So population is skyrocketing once again. Round furs. Let's send you guys to go explore round furs. Also, you, what's your gear look like right now? What is causing the vomit rain? It's an evil biome. Terrifying biomes are just one of the modifiers that can happen in surface layers when you start a fortress. And in this case, is making it rain nauseating filth, which gives characters that touch it a massive upset mood, and also gives them a fever briefly. It's the source of most of my bad moods. Basically makes managing moods harder. That, or I like the idea of sick angels. It's like in heaven they had a real bad spat of food poisoning. The clouds ate too much raw chicken. It's clearly what happened. Well, I'm just calling it vomit rain, but it's not actually technically vomit rain. I'm just gonna get these two squads training for a wee bit. Also get this one training for a wee bit. Although this one's gonna go down here and train down here, which is the Ores of Alchemy, so those guys. So these guys will be everybody but the Ores of Alchemy. It's just really dirty rain. It's really dirty rain that makes you, like, nauseous. So, like, normal rain in Beijing, China. I don't know, I've heard stories about rain in Beijing being really gross, so sorry if that's inaccurate, but most Dwarf is less stressed out than they were previously, which is good. I'm actually just kind of impressed that you can play Deus Ex 1 vanilla without the game immediately crashing. Matilda in YouTube chat. Because I'll tell you this, that wasn't my experience when I tried to play that on a modern OS relatively recently. I say relatively recently, I mean like beginning of Windows 10. So like 2016, that wasn't recently. Well. Kumil. Kurilikau? The dwarven child withdraws from society. You know, don't tell people too loudly that this is like angel vomit, otherwise people may start to drink it. Oh, speaking of mechanics that genuinely shocked me, there was one time I had dwarves that were very thirsty because I ran out of booze because I wasn't paying too much attention. Anyway, it was in a haunted biome like this, and it was actually raining vomit. And I remember reading a dwarf was disgusted after being forced to drink vomit line of text. That blew my mind. It's like, dwarf felt disgusted after being forced to drink vomit. That surprised me. Also, child with the strange mood. It's probably going for the craft workshop. Yep. Bones. Looks like bones. Giant sparrow mangled bones. You still see Tay Zonde commenting on YouTube randomly? He also streams sometimes. For a good chunk of time there, he was streaming on Twitch pretty consistently. Oh no. Got a bunch of random animals I don't want. How dare I have a bunch of animals I don't want? Hey. Okay, well. There was a point there back when YouTube used to publicly list how many times you'd commented, where Tay Zonde was one of the most active commenters on YouTube. I wonder if that's still the case. Felt adoration after becoming a parent. Did that literally just happen? It must have. Did I have children? I don't know. Did you, Emperor? No new ones, no. You don't have a dwarf. You have a experiment, and no. No, you've not had any more children. Also, your wife would have the children. You just simply get to do the easy part. Can I name this moody dwarven child? Do I have a moody dwarven child? You mean like this one? Wait, no, not that. What? Oh, do you mean strange mood? I thought you meant like upset dwarf. This kid? 13? G? Bobby Bones is a perfectionist and tends to be swayed by emotional appeals, is very humble, and has a greedy streak and rarely feels discouraged, does not go out of her way to help others, and doesn't cling tightly to ideas, and is also open to changing her mind, and dreams of needs alcohol to get through the working day. Dreams of alcohol to get through the working day is what I was going to say. Personally views decorum as a high ideal and is deeply offended by those that fail to maintain it, holds well-laid plans and shrewd deceptions in the highest regard. Strongly believes that a peaceful and ordered society without deceit is best, and dreams of crafting a masterwork someday. Likes orthoclase and brass and pipe opal and clear glass and the color moss green, scepters and goats for their eating habits, and giant brown recluse spiders for their venomous. I don't think I've ever seen giant brown recluse spiders. I've seen brown recluse spiders and giant cave spiders, but I don't believe I've ever seen. I've also seen giant jumping spiders. I don't think I've ever seen giant brown recluse spiders. Anyway, she prefers to consume dwarven rum and finger mullet and absolutely hates toads. I'm sorry. Why are you such a bad person? And you have created Uzol Kizbiz, Kaz stole Ritas, a giant sparrowbone scepter, and claims it as an heirloom in the name of the family ancestor Doran, who's your dad. So. Well done. But you keep coming back to re-gift your Prime sub. Hope it helps. You're 6 days early. It does help. I get about $2.48 or something every time you do that. So it does, in fact, help. This is a giant sparrow bone scepter. All craft store ship is of the high qualityest. And the object is adorned with rings that hang and are made of sparrow bone that are of the giant variety. The bones aren't that giant, but the sparrow was. And I'm going to put this right here, this pedestal. And it appears all the squatties is back. And this is going to be for that scepter. And another child was born. Also, me forcing these dwarves to all hang out in the military together like this, honestly, probably going to rapidly increase the size of this of the population through new births, like babies, because they're all just like hanging out there. And the reality is, while they're all just hanging out there, okay, I'm just gonna go to you. Just say, please be a dwarf. Just be a dwarf. Because they're all hanging out there, they're all gonna make friends quicker and also get married faster. Which actually isn't a bad thing. Because they're all just talking while it's sitting there. Like making friends and getting to know each other. I just put all the dwarves into that squad, so let's just go here and make a new squad. Say metal armor. Just throw everybody in. Just keep at it. Oh, hey, it's Oblivion. Oblivion grew up. Oblivion was born in the last fort. Or was a child in the last fort. Oblivion is 18, I guess. Would you look at that? Well, how old is actual Oblivion, the game? That dwarf was named the day Oblivion came out, by the way. The Oblivion Remastered came out. More books, more books, more books. Are you doing civilians in armor? No, everybody joins the military. We're going to war with anybody, but I'm just way too fascinated by all of these temples because I keep finding old slaves and freeing them. Most of them, whenever that happens, tend to be necromancer experiments, which is why there's so many necromancer experiments in this fort. So I'm building a giant library, warmonger, slave freeing fort. But also the prisoners that are slaves also tend to be in location. They also tend to be in locations that are empty and have only books there. So something happened, and it's fascinating to me. But I've kind of like stopped seeing as many of them, so I'm gonna have to start going after the populated ones soon. What happened to the necromancer? I'm not sure. Server gent. My life was looted. The elf, my life, was looted from that location. Wandered Beach. Let's go loot this place. Let's go to 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 Neo Amazed. The New Amazed. And also, is that place called Double Blades? No, it's called Dubbed Blades. Oh, man. Double Blades would have been a cool name for a fort. full of lore books. Kind of, yeah. It's a Fallout game. New Blade movie? Nah. Fortunately, I guess. Also, there's a lot of babies in this fort right now. Hot damn. This guy's pi years old. 314. Also, this dwarf is gaining skill in sword stuff. Using a pick. I'm starting to think that maybe it's swords dwarves. Otherwise, you wouldn't be gaining skill in... Okay, well, we'll have to keep an eye on that. Going to have to keep an eye on that. I just read something and thought I forgot to name somebody, but no, I didn't. What squad are you in? The fenced catches. Let's also take this squad off training, maybe. Although, I'll wait until you get your martial training need done. That dwarf played half sword? Yeah. I mean, it proves just how clearly effective it is. There was a game called Shovel Knight where you used a weapon hybrid. Yep, Shovel Knight. It's more than one game, actually. It's a whole franchise. There you go, you've cleared that need. Cthulhu Dancing should be able to go and do the dwarfing thing now. And also, I've got a dwarf that really wants better food. So I'm just going to go over here. And go grab kitchen. And plunk it down. I'm going to go here, and I'm going to go to labor, kitchen. Please don't cook my ale and wine. And please don't cook my plump helmets. And please don't... Yeah, that's fine. Actually, although do seeds, yes. No, it's fine. Thought I had more seeds that were more immediately important. I'm also going to make some silk bags. Then you... Let's go prepare a lavish meal. Sure, just monthly. And this right here can be for prepared meals. Do you get prepared meals? Probably, right? Yes, now you do. And you are going to give items to this stockpile. Deep Rock Galactic equals me immediately getting motion sick and wanting to throw up. So I wish it equaled Dwarves in Space. That'd be cool. All right, let's see how this spat of adventure hunting went. Item hunting went. This was for Neo Amazed. Just a lot of books again. Oblivion is 19 years old? Okay, so then, yeah, Oblivion needs 2 more years. Well, I guess 1 more year in game to become Oblivion Remastered, then. The forces of the Abyssal Torch freed the human necromancer Ted Agurisped, the Fist of Stukos, and the Fist of Stukos Sennam Hopperloved. Huh. I wonder how old you are. The necromancer. A necromancer named Ted. Yeah, just wait until you hear him talk. And wait until you meet his ex. But no, seriously, what? Did you find anything else? Nope, that was all just books. No, not an experiment necromancer. I don't think the necromancer was an experiment. Anyway, I'll check in a sec. I'm just gonna go through the rest of these. But a necromancer and some experiments. I'm not sure what the necromancer was. We just know that he's named, or that they're named Ted. You know a sorcerer named Tim, so it fits? Sure. Mm-hmm. These are all books again. Granite rubs. Not sure if I want a granite back rub, but got into Dwarf Fortress relatively recently, says Chaotic Silver in YouTube chat. People need to stop overhyping how difficult and complicated this game is. I've been saying that for years, like literally before Steam came out even. No, I mean, Dwarf Fortress is obtuse. It's not difficult, right? Meaning of granite rubs was, I would love to know, was looted. Mostly just books on that one. And then that one hasn't arrived yet. No, I completely agree. And I've been saying that for years. Like, Dwarf Fortress is kind of a complicated game, and it's kind of a lot. But, like, difficulty-wise, it's not that difficult. It's just complicated, and there's a lot to it. But once you kind of get past the basic mechanics of the game, it's all just discovery from there. Start your day with beliefs was looted from the Faded Chapel. No, I think I'm good, thanks. Unless you're saying bay leaves, and you wrote bay leaves funny. Okay, so I guess these characters haven't entered the map yet, so we'll have to wait until they re-enter the map. Okay, so this is the Fist of Stukos. This is a new Necromancer experiment person. This one is small. Small one-eyed humanoid. It has a... Oh, and then there's a Necromancer. It has a... Its skin is sleek and smooth. This night creature was first created by the Dwarven Necromancer Stukos Whisper Trades. And that's Ted. She is 47 years old, apparently. Her master's name is Kogan Zarelistan Nagaslmis. Z-I-R-I-L-E-S. I'm curious. I need to know. The flickering turquoise of haze was a dwarf necromancer born in 842, the youngest son of Bomrek Erndangles and Limuel Tombdangled. Okay. I'm actually kind of curious as to why they're just sitting here. Are they waiting for the rest of the group? Maybe. Oh, maybe they're waiting for the mayor. Well, anyways, I guess we're about to have a human necromancer in the fort. The clothing management of this fort just keeps getting weirder. And this character previously killed 5 grizzly bears and blushed allied. And you've killed nothing, but are 340 years old. And we also explored Viper X one more time. There's nothing that they need to cross, so they shouldn't need a bridge. I might need to dig to them, I don't know. But they should be able to path inside without any problem. Treaties on the elves. What was that one? It was this one? Nope. The human necromancer Ted and the singular fist. So there, yeah, there's only 2 of them. Was also... You were a former slave of the Soapy Nation. Which is an elven group, I think. Huh. Well, that's a new one. Well then. Also, I don't know why there's a claystone weapon rack there, but there is. Well, if they need to dig there, they can just dig there. All right, chat. I'm quite hungry. I've streamed for 6.5 hours, and I'll be honest, talking is difficult with these allergies, and I'm starting to lose my voice. I think we've made phenomenal progress on this fortress. It's not an artifact. It's just, I think probably one of my dwarves carried it off screen and then came back with it. Although let's actually check if we got any more artifacts on the map that I didn't make. I apparently have this, which I certainly didn't make. That's an elf bone buckler. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. This object is adorned with hanging rings of persimmon wood. What else do we have for artifacts that I didn't make? We're aware of that door because Knights Are Slow made it. Yeah, it's just that. It's kind of cool, actually. All right, chat. Like I said, I think now's probably a pretty good time to call it. We've made some pretty great progress again today. So as a reminder, my next stream will not be next week. I will stream on the following Tuesday, perhaps Monday, if I get everything done. Which, currently looking at a calendar, is the 12th or the 13th will be when I return. I'm not taking next week off. I won't be streaming, but I'm going to be spending next week editing and editing and editing and editing and editing. I'm going to finish a big video. So sooner than later, you guys will get another big video.